The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 321. We made it. Quit chatting.
We're now beyond the screen resolution of HScreen 2.
That's right. Oh, let's see. The panel has assembled. Let's see who we got on today. I need to push this button over here. Buttons are toys. Okay.
This is what happens when you're unsupervised.
You know, which reminds me, we need that. Need to get a clip from that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, buttons are not toys. All right. First up in the corner, yours truly. Hello. Next over, Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks. We push this.
Hey, we got Ken Waters.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, and Marco.
Hey, glad to be here.
Okay, let's see. Next row, L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay, and then Coconut Bob.
Greetings. Welcome.
And Ron Delvaux.
Yes, sir. And speaking of buttons, I have stress relief because I have this executive stress eliminator. And
Genuine Tandy.
it's Radio Shack all the way.
Genuine. Genuine Radio Shack leather wood grain.
So, should you watch this show, press the button.
Oh, let's see. Next up, Brian Weasler.
Hello, welcome to the show.
Okay, and Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, yeah, Alan.
Howdy, everyone. Glad you're here.
And Jason.
Hello. Get ready to have David Ladd stamp your passport as you enter the CoCo Nation.
Okay, and next up, Nick Laurentiis.
Good everyone. Welcome from Australia.
Okay, and then last but not least, he who will stamp your passport, David Ladd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the CoCo Nation Show. Please sit, stay a while, and enjoy the show.
That's creepy.
Now, his voice sounds just a little different today.
So we have in the pre-show, we were having a little discussion, and we have a question for you, Mark Siegel, and that is, on the CoCo 3, why did they use an 8-volt modulator? We await your answer.
What was the difference between 3 and 1 and 2?
So the CoCo 1 used the 12-volt because that was available, and then because the CoCo 2 was a 5-volt only machine, it had a 5-volt modulator. But for the CoCo 3, they went through the expense of adding a little bit of 8-volt power supply to drive the modulator. So it's like, why did they do that? Because it certainly didn't help the video quality any.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that 8-volt modulators were cheap, and it was cheaper to put that little 8-volt power supply along with the 8-volt modulator than it was to have a 5-volt modulator. But I might be wrong.
Right?
Thank you for supporting my position.
It fits in a 9-volt powered Coleco game or something. Right?
Well,
My
we,
vote too.
we already know that Radio Shack made decisions based on money.
Mm-hmm.
The 5 volts were popular, so they were more expensive.
Oh, Mark can't help us. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
The
Even though he
safe
designed
money-
it.
The safe money, I think, is on that it was about money.
Mhm.
Because they can.
Where's Why did Tandy do that?
Money.
Because they can.
To save
Oh.
money, I should say.
Oh, that reminds me. I have this.
Tell me why did Tandy do that?
Oh, good. We still have that.
That's
That was
right.
the
We still
intro.
have that. So that's the
I was
why did
worried
Tandy
there
do
for a
that
minute.
question of the day. So, well, we'll simmer on that mystery for a while. I think first up we had Brian Weasler had a trailer load to show us today.
Well, I don't know about a trailer load, but maybe an item or two.
An item or two. Okay.
Well, first of all, as a follow-up to a question that Ron Delvaux had last week,
Yay.
Ron was sharing his newspaper version of the Rainbow magazine, and on the back cover had some Volt Mace joysticks. And yes, Ron, I do have some.
Cool.
He
Yeah,
was
because I did ask that, and I think you were not available at the time.
Yeah, so they were it was a joystick made over in England, and it had 3 buttons on it, looked something like this. So
Yep.
and it had ones with red and green buttons. So yes,
Tip it back just a slight bit. There you go.
Volt
Okay.
Mace, huh?
Mm-hmm.
yep, they
Is
made
it like
they
those
made
medieval maces?
right. It operates a bit. It's about the size of a Black Beauty joystick, but it is a self-centering type joystick, and there's no way to turn it off. But it is a self-centering joystick.
Do you know if it's a digital or an analog, or
It's analog.
What's the sticker on the back there?
It just
I'm
says
sure
Voice Mace Ltd. and where it was made and such.
I'm
Over
sure
in
you could
England?
pull some springs out and make it a non-self-centering.
Oh, I'm sure.
Karen says, I think they advertise those for pretty much every platform.
Yep.
Is
Yeah,
there a city in China named England?
Right.
Because there's
No,
a
there-
USA.
That's right.
These are on eBay a lot, but if you when you search for them, a lot of them are for the BBC. And then the next thing I just want to, this is a kind of, I want to get an opinion of the panel, if I may. You may have
We have
seen
lots of those.
lots of opinions.
And you're funny looking too.
And they don't cost too much extra, do they?
No.
Yeah.
Opinions are free. So on Facebook, I had done a couple posts. One was asking about the this joystick here, the Commander Deluxe, because of a post that I had saw where somebody had done a YouTube video there. Atari Age had done a video and showed some joysticks, and this was like the 4th one that they had, and he said it was for the color computer, and I couldn't find anything out about it. And so I was doing some searching, and I did another post about it, talked about it, and Ron Delvaux again had found in the November '84 issue of the Rainbow, they had done an article where they were showing some various items that you could buy for Christmas. And this was one that was there. And in that article, they talked about the fact that CRC had basically, they said these were made for a different model, but they were modifying them and reselling them for the CoCo. So there was never one made by this company. The company is Comrex, COMREX. They basically made them for the Atari and Commodore and also the Apple, but they weren't making one specifically for the CoCo. And so I guess my question to the panel is, I'd like to make one of these because it was available at the time, but as a collector, I like to collect the original items. But this was never really an original CoCo item. It was a company that was taking them and modding them and reselling them for the CoCo. So
Kind of like Rick does with the IBM or Craps.
exactly. So I want to take this end off and make it CoCo. Yes or no? Should I? Should I not?
Make an adapter.
Yeah.
Do you have 2?
I have 2.
Oh, then you can do 1.
Make an adapter.
Yeah, because then you can use it on multiple machines.
The only reason why an adapter might work, and I haven't toned it out yet, is inside here. It depends on how the pots are wired.
Right.
If the pots are wired to be resistive, it's not going to work for the CoCo. It has to be wired as a voltage divider.
Yeah.
So
And
another
so-
thought would be
so
to
an adapter
replace
may
the
not work.
entire cable.
Right, if you do the whole cable, including the strain relief, you can always revert it back.
I
And
could.
just have a joystick, a CoCo joystick cable to sacrifice to the project.
Right. So I haven't toned it out to see what it's going to take to mod it. It might be as simple as just moving 2 wires inside and moving it to the joystick ground or to the button
Brian,
ground.
What's the chance you're going to buy 2 more? I mean, mod those 2 and then just have 2 more that have the universal end on it.
You're encouraging Brian to get more stuff, Ron? Are you nuts?
Well,
Yes,
who needs the common ones? Make the special one, and everyone's got an Atari version.
I mean,
Ron's an enabler.
It's possible that one of these might pop up on eBay, but I'm not going to hold my breath out. As a collector and wanting, because one of my goals is to try to get all the different joysticks that were available back in the day. And so I guess I was going to feel comfortable with replacing the end because that was done back then anyway.
Right.
So that was kind of where I was at. But it sounds like maybe you guys are more to like, well, replace the cable and then you can kind of, the only thing is replacing the cable. You can see here how it has kind of that tapered relief there. So I'm going to end up, if I just replace the cable, I'm going to end up with a bigger hole in there. So I don't know.
But if this company was just changing the plug, like you say, that means an adapter would work.
Right. If it, like I said, I
correct.
need to tone it out. If the pots are wired inside as a voltage divider, then an adapter should work.
Well,
But
if they were changing the plug, there's no reason why they weren't modifying the inside as well.
Correct. Yep. They probably may have, if it was wired resistively, they would have had to open the cover, move a few wires around, and then also replace the plug in order to make them CoCo
So
compatible.
I know PC joysticks did not use a voltage divider. Did Apple or Commodore?
No, the PC joysticks didn't use a voltage divider, but they did use the ground for the fire buttons. So
Right.
you had all the voltages inside the joystick to convert it. Otherwise,
Right,
you had
yeah.
to replace the whole wire if you didn't have that spurious ground that they sent out there.
Right. 8-Bits in the Basement recently did a video where he shows about modifying PC joysticks because of the availability and expense of getting a CoCo type joystick over there. So he did a whole video where he showed taking an IBM type joystick and modifying it.
The Apple IIs used a modification of the 555 timer. It's actually a quad 555 called the 558. And they basically look at a capacitive value and they basically have a clock. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so they're
Apple
probably doing it
joysticks.
resistively then.
So the main marker in the machine itself is, do you have to calibrate the joysticks or not? Because resistive joysticks, you quite often have to calibrate them. And potentiometer, the voltage divider, you don't calibrate it. It self-centers by the nature of the beast.
Right.
So
I should also mention that CRC, in case anybody doesn't know, is the company that actually did the hardware manufacturing for Disto.
Correct. Yep. Sorry. Thank you.
So your super controller 2s and all that kind of stuff from Disto, the 2 meg, 1 meg upgrade boards, all that stuff was actually manufactured by CRC, the same ones who did these joysticks for the CoCo.
Tony DiStefano. Good
Right.
Italian.
So I'm kind of leaning towards modifying one just to be able to have one to show, like, this was another option available back in the day. You could have bought it for $30 and, maybe even put a little label on it indicating that I modded it versus, let's say CRC, but they didn't change there are a couple people in the community that have the ones from back in the day that were modded and they didn't change the label on it or anything. So there's really no way of knowing like on this one here, it's model number CR401, and it wasn't like they put a different label on it and called it 402 or something like that. So they were just taking it and taking the ends off. And I remember John Strom making a comment too that it was very common back in the day that he would the company that he had, they were modding joysticks and reselling them as well at I'm assuming maybe like Rainbow Fest.
Hey, Brian, if you magnified that picture that was in the Rainbow magazine, could you tell if it had lettering on that black area at the top where it says Commander? When I first looked at it, I didn't think it was lettered at all. It was just like a black rectangle.
Well, the one that Atari Age has in his video there, he actually had sold to Neil Blanchard, and Neil and I were chatting about it, and his looks just like this one from all aspects.
Oh, it does have
Yep.
lettering on it?
Yep.
But did
Yeah,
the
just
one,
the same.
could you tell if there was lettering on the one in the magazine? Or it was just too far away or
probably too far away. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So, okay. Well, thanks for everybody's input. Go ahead.
Hey, Curtis.
Yeah.
Mark Siegel said he wasn't sure why the 8-volt, but he guessed that maybe it was to have more current available. Talking about the 8-volt regulator. And yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He also said, has anyone measured it to make sure it's really 8 volts?
I have.
Well, we can assume because it's a 7808 feeding it, that unless you're really abusing something, it's 8 volts.
Okay. Well, the next thing I'd like to share with you guys is, let me switch cameras here. There we go. So I picked up this here, and I'm not sure if this is the actual manual that came in or not, but this was where it was at. And I picked this up off of eBay, and let me show you what's inside here and what really caught my eye. So this was a whole group of these technical software, and some of this here David Ladd might like. So this here's a section here where it talks about the color computer, the FDC and drive verification test. And it goes through the whole thing here. Some of these were actually available on a cassette, and you'll see here in a minute, they had a program that allowed you to create a cassette for doing different diagnostics on the floppy drives. In here also was this for the technical software, was for the color computer, for the drive alignment software, and it talks about using an oscilloscope to do some of that. And here's another one here for the FDC calibration for doing the color computer for the alignment as well. And then here's the one that really caught my eye. I grabbed too far. Here we are. The Tandy Color Computer 3 Diagnostic Manual. And from what I understand, Alan and I were talking about this. The manual has been up on the archive for a while, but we never had the software. And in the listing here, they actually had 2 copies of the software, and these are both the same. And so we got kind of excited about that. And so I pulled a floppy drive out, cleaned it all up, had it ready to go. And of course I had a 50-50 chance. The one disc, you could do a DUR on it though, but trying to do a backup of it, it failed. But then the second disc, it was able to read, and we were able to get a backup of this floppy software. So I thought that was pretty cool.
You're not saying that Color Computer 3 diagnostic stuff was on there, was it?
Yes, it was. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And then also on that disk was also the CAS files for all these calibration programs.
Nice.
So let's see here.
Yeah, because if your drive was way out of whack, you wouldn't be able to load the diagnostic software.
Yeah, you need a cassette file.
Now, do you remember back in the day they had Dyson discs that had
Yep.
that were like certified that you could, measure your floppy drive speed and stuff?
Yep, this here uses they run the program and they use an oscilloscope for doing the troubleshooting. So these are the programs that were on there. There's a MEM test for the Color Computer 3 that'll do both 128 and 512. There's an IRQ test, frequency test, two different color tests. There's a Color 64 and then a Color Computer 3 video test, a CPU test, and all that does is basically does the high speed poke essentially. I can't remember what the PSU test was. We can look at it there. There's a PAL test. I'm not sure what the VP age was. Go ahead.
The PSU one is pseudo color. It's simulating
artifact colors.
Oh, the artifact colors, correct. Yep, thank you. Yep.
All right.
And then there's the vertical paging test, and there's a memory banking test, and the VDG mode test. And the MM banking one there is supposed to exercise the memory management unit.
So do all these if you go to page 7, you'll see a code for it or what?
No, they talk about the how to actually kind of like run the test and use it.
Oh, okay.
So if you guys have a minute here, I can switch again, camera sources, and we can run some of these if you like.
Yeah, I've actually never seen any of these run before, so
Let me bring my my CoCo
Yeah,
in
some
here.
of us could actually use that.
Right. And
Right.
so we have already created a disk image, and I'm going to scan in those other programs, and I'll get that all uploaded. Okay, we'll wait for the that little image to disappear there.
Those boxes are so slow.
Come on here. Let's see where we at here. Okay, here we go. There it is. Okay. So here's those are those calibration programs I was talking about for the hard drive. Alan, you dug into this one a little bit. Do you remember what that the Xbox one was?
Expansion box test, like the
PI, yes.
The multi-pack interface.
yeah, multi-pack, that's right.
Okay. And what did it test for compatibility? That's what it was doing?
I think it just tested whether it was switching between slots or something like that.
Okay.
did it actually check to see if you had the CoCo 3 upgraded version of it?
Not that I remember.
Well, we can find out.
And we can dig into that one. So here's the mem test. And so you can see here that you can do you can single or continuous, you can do a RAM test, just exit to basic here. So I'll do number 2 here. And essentially it's just going to go through and just start checking the RAM. This is a 128 machine here, so you know, either way, there it goes.
Mem test plus for the CoCo.
Looks like failures to me. Like
Where are you
lost
seeing?
it. Well, but generally if you get a rote in red, they're not going to match. It looks like
Okay.
you're 1 bit off.
Interesting.
You could pause that somewhere. Oh yeah, hit the asterisk.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's showing faults.
Interesting.
So that's your emulator?
This is a real hardware.
Oh.
And how did you read that in real time?
Isn't that the SDC?
And over a Zoom link.
Right.
You're working off the SDC, aren't you?
He's just that good.
I guess so.
So isn't the SDC different?
Not for RAM, it shouldn't be.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is a RAM test. The SDC has nothing to do with RAM.
Okay.
so it's like if you write to it, you should be able to read the same thing back.
What kind of RAM is in this machine? Is it SRAM or?
Factory.
The 128K.
All right.
Yep.
So if this passes at the end, then what?
Well, it won't be passing judging by this because it's mismatching.
I'm not sure how much farther we have to go. Who's our hexadecimal guys here? Can you tell
Well,
where we are?
wouldn't it
It's-
say?
It's
I
1
mean-
bit off in the lower bank.
We
Wouldn't it
haven't
say
even
at
hit
the
4K
end?
yet.
Yeah.
Right. We just
Well,
going for
I don't
nothing.
think everybody wants to sit here for hours watching this go to test the RAM.
Hang on, but
It might
it
say in the
doing-
book.
is it checking RAM
Well, wait a minute
from
here.
0? Because on a 128K RAM system, you don't actually have RAM down there.
Well, and this is kind of
Instructions.
this is kind of throwing me a little bit here because look, it says memory equals 512, and this does not have
Yeah,
512 in
yeah.
it. This
That's
is not
probably
a
why
There's
it's
512
something
in it.
funny there.
Oh,
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. I could have swore when I ran this the other day, it said 128 on it. That's interesting. Now I'm kind of curious as what's going on here.
Yeah, Frank in the chat is saying it looks like a byte shift error common with MT RAM. This is the same CoCo you ran the test on before too?
Yeah, it's the one I've had at home for a while here. Yeah. Yeah, this one's unmodified. It's not even had the warranty seal broken on it.
I just wonder if it would work different if you run it from the floppy on a disk controller.
It shouldn't
I mean,
run any
it's-
differently.
It's pretty obvious the error is that it's misdetected the amount of RAM. Why did it do that? We don't know, but the RAM test isn't going to work if it's expecting.
Yeah,
512K.
Ron, the RAM test doesn't access the floppy controller's memory space at all. So
Okay, but
it's testing RAM only.
maybe there's something else though.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out. What else we got?
Oops, well, hold on here. Look at now it says let me do one thing real quick here. I jumped too quickly.
Maybe just break out and run the file on its own so you don't have DCX in there as well.
Notice it says memory equals question mark.
It doesn't know.
When it starts.
Interesting. Well, so much for a good demo here, guys, right?
Apparently your CoCo has problems.
Yes, it does. There we go.
Well, do you have another? Do you have another CoCo you can get?
Well, that's an official Microsoft demonstration.
There you go.
Right.
Well, let's go on here. We'll go down to the so this program right here. This was the Make Cas. This is what you could use to make the cassettes that were being used. So here's the interrupt test here. I'm not sure what I'm really understanding here. Maybe you guys would understand what
This is the gimme interrupt sources it's going through one by one.
Okay, because you can see it doing the horizontal, the vertical, now it's doing a serial.
Yeah, the programmable timer is the first one.
Yep.
Well, we do have a manual for this.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, no, we do. I was just trying to just kind of verbally just kind of go through it here real quick so everybody could see, so we're not taking a whole lot of time here.
Who reads manuals?
All right.
When something screws up, you read it.
Right.
That's the FIRQ test.
Yeah. You get the exact same interrupts, but you can trigger an IFIRQ or an IRQ depending on how you program the gimme.
And that bit works.
I want to see the 64 color test.
So this one's kind of interesting. And we'll do RGB. So what's kind of neat about this one is you can use a joystick. If you kind of see in the middle, there's a little bit of a cursor. And as you hover, I don't know why this joystick's getting a little sketchy here. I don't know why it keeps doing this to me, but if you hover over whatever color you hover over, it changes the background to that color. Yeah.
So you can match all the other colors against your background. Cool.
Awesome.
That's definitely a different presentation than most of the other 64 color things I've seen.
Yeah.
I would have liked that when I was actively writing games and stuff to match all the colors against each other quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the contrast between them immediately. That's quite nice, actually. So you can pick the right colors that'll show up and not kind of run into each other.
I think the pot on this joystick is a little sketchy here. I need to probably clean it a little bit. But,
You need to convert that commander.
Right, there you go. There's gonna be a little more fluidity out of this thing here. There we go, a little bit better.
Yeah, the joysticks just had to warm up. That's all.
There you go. So, okay.
Yeah, David Lord in the chat saying the serial interrupt didn't trigger. I'm assuming that's probably because you didn't have anything plugged into the RS-232 port.
Correct.
Oh, right.
And then you got this one here. I think when you hover over a color and you click on it, it changes the border, the outside border there.
So it would have cost a little more to have them identify which colors are showing up and stuff, you know.
Right.
So they didn't do that.
There's another set of series tests here. This is the alpha mode test.
We had underlines?
Oh, wow. They actually supported the 32 and 64 column gimme modes. That surprises me.
Well, they are the makers of it, right?
Yeah, but they didn't actually support that in BASIC or anything.
but the engineers did.
You don't see any smoke rolling out of your computer right now, do you?
No. No.
So does this thing show the rumored 256 color mode?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That here, the mystery's finally solved.
Stop the demo before we get to that part, Brian.
Right. Yeah.
It'll just be your secret.
Right.
Which this one's not actually telling you what mode you're actually looking at, but
Yeah.
No.
Oh, for monitor alignments.
Right?
That would, yeah, this would be nice on a CM8.
The old pincushion fixer.
Yeah.
I noticed that one is actually copyrighted in 1987. So this either was modified a few times or it came out months after the CoCo 3 itself came out.
I wonder if it would be any different with the old or the new gimme.
Yeah, that would be an interesting evening.
The 64 color test might, because the timing would be slightly different.
So you can see here when it how it kind of drew that there. And then you can see how it draws a little bit faster.
Yeah, twice as fast because it kicks the CPU from 0.895 to 1.78 megahertz.
Right.
Which
I think that's
gimme you got in there?
I don't know. I've never had the cover off on this one.
You don't have to. You can.
Yeah, there's a software utility that you can use. A couple
Right.
actually. Stockmaster has one, and then Todd Walls has his generalized one.
Yeah, I don't know if I have them on my machine here or not, or on my SDC.
Glenn Hewitt's
cool.
does too.
So 60 puts forth the idea of running this on emulators to see how accurate. the
Yeah, that's not a
emulators
bad
are.
idea.
Right?
Now you're running a switcheroo. Can you switch it to composite to see it? There you go. Actually, if you did that CoCo 3 composite video test now, it'd actually show the proper colors for it. But which are totally different than RGB colors.
So here's what I added on the RGB there, and then here's the composite.
Yeah, they're set up differently. So RGB goes from the darkest to the lightest of each of the color guns as you go through each of the bits. And composite is basically 16 shades, and you add more white to it as you go to higher numbers, which you're kind of seeing when you have it in composite mode there. Nick, of course, says nothing about that because he hates composite, but
Geriatric mode.
Let's see here. Okay, here's the.
this should be quick.
What's a
SG4 and then the lowercase and stuff.
I like how that one shows you the VDG bits that it's changing and what the result is. Be helpful for folks that are first tangling with the VDG and its weirdness.
It'd be good for Coco Town because he literally just wrote a program to do this exact same thing that is one of the videos on the news we're talking about.
Oh, geez.
That's how it
timely.
usually goes.
Because this is compatible with the T1 VDG, so this actually applies to Coco 2s with the T1 as well. In fact, that exact program, I guess, would probably run that way on the T1 Coco 2.
So the gimme is an emulator also.
Yeah, it's emulating the SAM and the part of the VDG, not all of it.
Cool.
What's XMEM, I wonder? PAL test. What do they mean? Which PAL?
The
Oh, palette. I thought it was PAL versus
Yeah.
NTSC.
Yeah.
That's
that
what I'm
M
wondering.
test
Yeah.
one is for an MC10 RAM expansion.
Huh.
Notice it'll say MEM MC10 in the file name.
You can kind of
Okay, so it's going
cycling.
through each of the different circles there and cycling through the colors, it looks like.
Notice all the sparkly
Yeah.
glitches
Yeah, that's what I
appearing
was
as you
saying.
change.
Yeah,
color.
they didn't time it with the VSync.
Yep.
Oh,
It's a
maybe
little
it's an
line.
86 gimme.
Yeah, without when of course we wouldn't being that's never been opened, it wouldn't have the mod. The sparkly mod applied.
Yeah. Actually, that happened on both gimmies, Ron. I think it was just less
Did it?
on the 87. Yeah. If you change palettes without timing it to the V-Sync, you can change it kind of halfway through a scan line, and then it kind of gets messy, for lack of a better term.
That's like explaining how my transmission works in my car. Duh.
Pull lever, it goes.
Let's see here. V page.
That'll just
Whoa, that was interesting.
I'm not sure.
Heck did that do?
And let's see here. Membank.
Oh, so it's flipping through the different banks.
Yep, and it's doing it properly at the top of the 512K space because that's where 128K appears.
yeah, that's reminded that RAM test. I don't think realized did that correctly.
Yeah.
Notice how I was jumping between like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mentioned that's where the 512 resides. So it's flipping through them fast because they don't exist.
Yeah. That'd be my guess too.
Okay, and yeah, that was the last of it. So then this one here, yeah, this is it for the MC10. So
can you load that V page Bass one again? And then
This one?
break out of it and just list it and see if it explains what it's supposed to be doing?
Yeah, what it does is it shows stepping the gimme through various memory ranges while scrolling or to trigger scrolling left and right and up into the corner and things like that.
Yeah, but it goes by so quick you can't even see it did anything. So it's kind of a useless
Well, no,
test.
it looks
isn't
like it's crashing back to firmware.
can't remember if there's a way to. What's the way to pause it? Isn't there a way?
Shift at.
What's that?
Shift at.
Okay, while it's going.
Yep.
Okay.
You can type width 80 too, and probably be a bit easier to pause it.
Right.
Nice. So pokes in a little ML routine at 24,000.
Does the shift at start it and stop it again?
Shift at pauses it, and then you need to hit something like enter to restart it.
Well, a little too fast for me there.
It's just poking loader.
So
machine
language
routine.
try turning off the CoCo, letting it clear the RAM, then
There you
restart.
Excellent.
I think
It's mucking up some stuff there.
Maybe these tests are for 512K
Maybe.
only.
Is there anything else you guys want me to check at all, or do you want to go back in that again, or no? Is there something else you guys want me to want to go back into something again, or
List the
Oh.
MC10 one.
Well, you need an MC10 to run it, Ron.
No, you can list it. You'll see the
Yeah,
explanation.
that's not really a point because the tokens are different, aren't they?
Right.
Yeah, but it does list something.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I'm
nice
getting it
And if it's a memory
probably.
test for the expansion, it's probably machine language
Oh,
anyway.
yeah,
I don't know if
look
it'd
at-
work anyway.
The extension isn't basic.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to see from that at all, or like I said, I'm
Well,
gonna be
hook
working
up the oscilloscope. Let's try your drives. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
right. There we go.
We
So
can end the show, put the floppy test in there, and listen to David.
there you go. So I'm
Talk us out.
gonna scan in PDF and get those get the manual scanned in, and then upload the this disk image up there, so it'll be available for everybody.
Nice.
I did one question. Was there an equivalent of this for the CoCo 1 or 2 as well, like a diagnostic disc that did a bunch of tests that Tandy officially had internally?
Just a couple
I
of
don't know.
cartridges.
They had the cartridge for the one.
Yeah, but that only like went up to 16K, so it didn't work in all the 1 models properly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, on the edge of the manual here, they let's see here. Let me do this here. Let's see here. So on the edge of the manual, I got this kind of zoomed out a little bit. It does say, I can't quite hold it right here.
Model 1-3. Yeah, 1, 2,
2,
3.
3.
Well, if it's Model 2 Diagnostics, that'll be an 8-inch disc.
Yeah. So I mean, that was the, like I said, I don't know, by the way this looks, this may have been the way it was put together for
One of the shops.
yeah.
I mean, by model 123, they may have meant the TRS-80cc model 123, which would be the
CoCo
CoCo
123. Yeah.
And they just stuck it in a standard period correct model 1.
Yeah, because they didn't list the model
Binder.
4.
Right.
Well, in these AXX numbers wasn't that the service type numbers?
Well, those are parts. Yeah.
Yeah, for the part number, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but notice that disc says MS-DOS on it.
And TRS DOS, so it's just a generic label, I think, for all of it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it says technician series and all that stuff for generic label for older machines, and then they would line print on the label what specific one that particular disc was for.
Did you check to see that both discs are exactly the same? I mean, read it, look at it.
Well, I did a DIR and the DIR was the same, but the one disc would not read. It just gave me a directory.
Oh.
That's why there's two of them.
Right?
Yep.
So
especially if you're messing around with disc diagnostics, who knows what you can do.
Right.
My right pattern worked, but my diagnostic disc is gone.
Okay, let's see here. So
There was 2 because the guys would forget it in the drive when they sent it back out.
It would be
There you
interesting
go.
to see that program work that was missing a bit on a different CoCo. Since you
Yeah,
got
that does seem kind of
20
odd that it's not registering your 128K properly.
yeah, I thought that was kind of odd too.
And after that, all other results are bogus because.
Yeah.
Right.
So here's a couple gold ceramic discs that I got here. I can't remember, they don't have the right numbers on them though, but the I can't remember which one of these was a memory management unit and the other one was a let me see here. I had to get a cross reference thing.
Well, a
going.
memory management unit means the Motorola 6829.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's the 6829, and this one here was the
DMA chip or something.
let's see here. That was the. It's supposed to be that number is supposed to be similar to the 6821. This one
Oh,
here.
so PIA.
PIA.
Yeah. So this is supposed to be a P. I don't know. I got that one CoCo here that had a ceramic 6809 in it, and it just kind of put me on a little kick of the ceramics, and so I did a little searching and stuff like that. Came across these. I thought maybe might be kind of fun to maybe try them out and see if they actually work or not. So
No numbers on the bottom.
no numbers on the bottom.
Okay, that 6829 is not going to go into your CoCo.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering because it's a little different there because some of the pin up.
The
But
MMU and the CoCo is built into the Gimme chip.
Okay.
That is a standalone MMU chip that you could use on like a single board computer or
gimmicks or
yeah.
Okay, very good.
So it does the same kind of thing as what the MMU in the Gimme chip does, but it's a standalone chip.
And there it is, standing alone.
Right. But I guess I just kind of picked them up though. They weren't terribly expensive and I don't know, they're just kind of cool. On the screen here, it looks kind of purpley though, but in real life, it has kind of, or it looks kind of blue, but in real life, it's kind of a gray purple color and the gold and everything. I just got that kind of cool.
So what's the actual 4-digit number on the bottom chip? I can't make it out. That one. What are you? 6831? I can't read it.
I can't read it either.
6X31, is it?
It's a 8451, 8451.
8451.
I'll stop moving here to.
Okay, we've
Is that not a
switched.
date code, maybe?
I think the CM whatever would be a date. We may actually be off in Intel or Zilog or something there. Who knows?
Because 8451, that sounds like an Intel part to me. I don't know
Right.
what it would be, but
Is that a bird logo at the top or a V or what?
It's kind of a V shape with a line through it. Yeah, it was kind of different. Okay, I just
You know
thought I'd
what?
share them. I thought
They
were
have that,
I think that's
feature.
VLSI.
they have
has
that,
the-
Yeah.
Oh,
they have that feature in, Google search where you can take a picture of it and it'll try and match it up with something else.
Oh, sure. Yep.
Try it.
Yeah, I'll have to do that.
As a bit of an aside, too, I was doing some research for the games page, which is totally unrelated to what we're talking about here. But I also happened to be going through the Tier City Microcomputer News, and there was a mention from John Shirley in one of his columns that Tandy worked with Motorola to make the SAM chip, the 6883, or a few other chip numbers that it's known for. And apparently that was a joint venture, which is why it's unique to the CoCo and the Dragon. That was not a strict Motorola chip.
So Tandy collaborated to make the chip and shared it with Dragon.
Well, I think they collaborated with Motorola to make it, because the whole point from what John Shirley's column was describing is that the SAM was designed to replace a whole bunch of chips with one chip to make it cheaper, following the standard Tandy mantra.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they kind of commissioned and worked together, is how John specifically put it, that to make that chip, to make the CoCo cheaper.
Okay.
Neat.
Also, he also acknowledged the fact that of the CoCo being the nickname for it. That was in a 1982 one. I don't remember exactly which issue, but that he officially acknowledged it too. Because I know they never sold it except in Canada that way, as far as I know. Unless they did in Australia. Nick, did they call it the CoCo in official ads for Radio Shack?
Well, don't we have a video of CoCo 2 being?
Yeah, that's the Canada one I was talking about.
No, this is an American one. We saw.
Calling it CoCo 2?
Yeah, was it CoCo 2?
No, I don't remember that one.
Video.
You mean one of the clips in the ad bank, the commercial bank?
Yeah, something like that. Yep. Yeah,
I know the French one did, but I don't remember the U.S.
Yeah,
ones doing
those
that.
are Canadian ads, because we have both English and a French one with exactly the same video.
I know, but there was an American one, and it was like late before CoCo 3 came out.
Yeah, that might be a Canadian English one, possibly, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember there being an official one for the US anyway. But I may be remembering wrong too.
I'll look on my.
I did have one other thing here real quick to show you guys, if I may.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Let me switch back over to this camera here.
And Mark, you'll have to highlight it.
Oh, okay. I'll start to look for the other commercial. Ah.
Oh,
don't get ahead of the airplane.
Hang
Hold on
on,
here.
Brian. I don't know what it did to you.
Oh, stopped your video. Okay.
This is that dangerous button thing we were talking about earlier.
Right.
Yep. Mouse jumped. You know what? I don't see the highlight anymore for him. What
His
happened?
video's out. He's back to his placeholder.
Yeah,
You have to turn your video back on, Brian, if you can.
I do. When I try to click my video on it, it says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay. Okay. Try that. Now try it.
Okay. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. Okay.
Hey, whatever you did there, Mark, don't do that again.
I will try not to.
So a while back here, I had shared this here. Let me zoom out just a little bit more. There we go. So this was a serial to parallel interface, and I bought it from Australia. And I know we were talking to Nick about it to see if it was one that looked kind of familiar. And I haven't really been able to find any information about it. But then recently there was another listing on eBay from a seller in Australia. And basically it was just a bunch of random manuals. Well, in that set of random manuals was the manual for the MK1 parallel printer interface for the color computer.
Except they're spelling color the American way, not the Australian way. Well, the rest of the world way.
Right. And it was manufactured in Australia, because in here it talks about
an address.
Yeah, it has an address here that was in I
New
can't
South
pronounce
Wales
it.
looks like, yeah.
Sydney. I'm not
Who's
sure
it by?
It's let's see here. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more here.
Yeah, if you can't say it, someone else can.
G&G.
Yala?
Fiala.
Fiala or something?
Does that sound any familiar at
Fiala?
all? Yeah.
No, never heard of them.
It's Sydney.
Obviously, it must have been some CoCo user there was just building him in a bedroom manufacturer.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So, but it just goes through and just kind of talks about the
How to use it.
yep, how to use it basically, the different the switches and the rotary switch.
Yeah, and
on
there's
it,
some
stuff like
pokes
that.
you have to do to change the baud rate for your printer. And
Yep. So I thought that was kind of nice to.
I'm surprised they spelled it COLOR though, manufacturing and sold in Australia.
On the top of the color computer, it says that COLOR.
Oh,
Well,
he
Tandy,
just
that makes
used
sense because
the-
they've bulk manufactured labels, et cetera, for it.
Well,
So
he
why would
just
they want to
used
make a
the-
special run?
He just used the
Well-
proper brand name, right?
Yeah, I
Just the-
guess maybe.
Yeah, well, yeah, and the earlier original color computers did say COLOR, even in Australia. It's only in the later, I think CoCo 2s, you had some that spelt it OUR, as the Tandy color computer.
Allure.
Oh, well, we still say color, but yeah.
So anyway, I wanted to share that. I mean, the other stuff that was with it is nothing really spectacular at all. It's stuff. It's just random manuals from different software applications that we all knew and stuff like that. So I won't take the time to show that. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with all of those, but I might be able to match them up with some maybe other cartridges that I have. And
These are ones that are all scanned and on the archive already, I take it?
oh yeah, I mean they're it's none of it's third party stuff. So I mean,
Oh, it's all like, common Tandy related. Okay.
Yep. So Time Bomb. Here's these are all part of the educational series that was out there.
Yeah, Children's Computer Workshop.
Yep. Tandy Typing Tutor. This is actually an MC10 one right here. The high res print utility. The little program catalog that was available at the time. TR's copy there for the OS 9.
Yeah, that's read basic disks, read and write to them from OS 9.
There was here was a DeskMate.
There, Ron's happy now.
There you go. And then let's see here. Let me come out just a little bit further here. Then also there was a whole handful of those templates that were available for the for some.
So it's like Micropainter, Art Gallery, that kind of stuff, or logo, or what?
Yep, this was you had the graphics pack. One of them went with the graphics pack. And then there was also this manual here for color profile, and there was a color logo manual, and then this one here is kind of stapled together, but it was the art gallery, and one of them went with the art gallery.
Yeah, I remember the art gallery one.
Yep.
That was funny because the Chiclet keyboard was an advantage that you could make these templates for complicated programs. The third parties did it too, like the Master Control for programming basic with clear and a letter to create a keyboard in one or two keystrokes. But as soon as they upgraded the keyboard to a better keyboard that everybody liked, all these quit working because you couldn't put them on anymore.
Right.
Right.
And these two were the same, but for some reason they whoops. These two here are the same, but for some reason they cut the bottom out of this one here. You can see where it's actually cut. So I'm not sure if it was just cracked or something and someone chopped it up, but
or were they attempting to make it fit a new keyboard, the newer style keyboard?
Oh, maybe.
Right.
So, well, anyway, well, that's all I'd like to share for today. I got more to show, but I can
really
spread the I can spread the joy out. So I don't want to take up the whole show of 3-hour marathon of what's Brian got to
We
show
really
today.
do need to get you a blurb like Ron's Garage has.
Right? Just make a segment out of you.
We'll call it Brian Weasler's U-Haul or something.
There you go. So,
Weasler Horde.
Brian's
There you go.
Warehouse.
There you go. So
Brian,
There you go. Weasler's Warehouse.
Yeah, that's it.
That kind of runs off the tongue good. 2 W's. That works.
WW.
right. There you go. Well, I thought you guys might have enjoyed that Color Computer 3 diagnostic package. That was kind of the main thing I wanted to really share with everybody today. I thought that was kind of a nice little find there. So
Yeah, the fact you actually found the discs, like you said, some of that stuff has been in the archive, and I have noticed it before the manuals, but the actual software itself. And it was kind of interesting because the software, looking at the dates on them, some was written in like December of 86, some was in January of 87. So I would have thought those would have been done before they started manufacturing and selling, because they would have been on sale since September, October. But it looks like they didn't even write the diagnostics, for another 4 or 5 months afterwards.
Right.
So how did they check things before then is my question.
Right.
We couldn't. Not that they really ever broke, but
Well, the dead pile gets so big, you got to finish the diagnostic software, so you can work your way through it.
You got a line up here in aisle 5 for your diagnostic program. Hurry up.
Right.
They probably created it as a result of complaints from the service department.
Right. They were getting the big dead pile of stuff that they haven't had time to fix yet.
Right.
Or maybe they were buying third-party ones up until then. We should really have our own. I don't know.
So, because the drives, other than the very first generation one, you could always just pull them out and stick them in like a Model 4 or something, and do the alignments.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, some interesting stuff in there. Anybody else have any updates or acquisitions to talk about? That sounds like a resounding no in silence.
Right. Just starting up my old projects again, so I don't really have anything to show off yet.
I did a minor webpage update. I finished my 1982 games timeline, so I can get back to some software development.
I have a couple of interesting things on Ron's Garage. If you want to look at it sometime, you don't have to do it here, though.
How many do you got? If it's not too many, we can do it right now.
No, it's okay. People can go there.
Okay.
Okay.
It's on Facebook.
All right. Ready for the game on results?
Is Ken still here?
No, but let's do it anyway.
No, I'm not here anymore.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shoot. We better wait then.
All right. Ready to the news then?
Actually, physically, I'm here, just mentally, not really.
Oh, so standard stuff.
Okay.
So when did you want me to queue up Taz's cheat video?
Right after, as soon as we start talking about the lair.
Okay.
So let's do a commercial break and then get into that. Or we can go straight into the game on challenge. I don't care.
Nah, we gotta do our 0-0.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo Aaron, joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCo Nation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gare, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Glenn Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, John Bodovkarshaller, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Kaneko says, "Hi, I'm Nick. I grew up with 486 DOS PCs and eventually started building my own in the Windows 98 era. Fell out of the hobby a bit after that and recently got back into it with microcomputers like the C64 and Atari 800 XL. I mostly like to use my computers for playing games. Found out about this channel when researching CoCo computers and recently purchased a 64K CoCo 2. Just looking to learn more at this point. Thanks. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played The Lair, and we had a total of 15 people that submitted scores. They were Mr. Dave 6309 with 350, Jim Rye 1100, Coconut Bob 1190, Exile in Paradise 1670, Ed Rhodes 2050, Tom C 2665, Damon Beals 2770, Sloopy Malibu 2875, Shenley 4045, Canadian Retro Things 4050, Rich N 4300, L Curtis Boyle 5660, Sabhead 7360, Tasman 21640, and this week's number one score belongs to Buck Owens with 105,700. Thanks everybody that played, and we will see you again next week.
The CoCo Nation salutes Buck Owens.
Isn't that incorrect, though? I thought Taz wrapped the score.
Oh, did he?
That's what he said.
I just go off the pictures that people post. I didn't, did he? Oh, so his score was a wrapped score?
I believe so.
Oh, I didn't see that posted.
Because he posted a note about it, I think, in the Game On Challenge, but that's when he found that glitch that we'll be talking about.
Oh, okay.
Controversy.
It's always controversy with me. I'm keep messing up on all the scores.
He's in vacation mode. He's off in the cabin, so.
Yeah, he says he did not post that score because it was exploiting.
A cheat code. Yeah.
No lawsuit this
That
week.
wouldn't stop Nick. I don't see why you wouldn't post it anyway.
I don't do those sort of things. I just Photoshop.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on his posting that says that it was wrapped.
Actually, I just read it in the comments here. Scott says, I did not post that score. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I just remember he mentioned that he wrapped it. That's when he was talking about the...
Okay. I heard you guys talking about, like, I knew there was a glitch and somebody was doing a video about that. And I just, I didn't see anything posted about the wrapping. I just assumed it would have been Buck Owens that wrapped it.
Like I said, those two are kind of like have a pretty good heady competition between each other. They both can pull off amazing scores way above the rest of us mere mortals.
Yep.
You live another day, Ken.
Whew, thank goodness. Didn't screw up this week. I'm going to lose my job soon if I keep screwing up like this.
I need a salute for Tasman.
Yeah, we do actually.
We'll get into that glitch in a second, but I just want to say that I could not find any reviews of this game in any of the magazines, but Buck Owens, I believe, did send me towards a posting of a high score by James Walton. And interesting enough, if you look at the splash screen for the game, it's one of the people that made this game was Jay Walton. So I'm assuming it's the same guy.
Well,
and Pittsburgh, so he's right around CoCo Man, I think. So CoCo Man, you might have to look him up.
So apparently he did not know about the exploitation in the game because he only got 112,000. And he made it.
Sure, that's not John Boy.
They misspelled Pittsburgh.
Did they misspell Pittsburgh?
I forgot to put the H on the end of it.
But I'll quote Scott here when he was posting in the Game On Challenge here, and like he said, he's not submitting the score because it's using a glitch. Said, yeah, I was playing last night trying to get a high score and came across this glitch by accident. At first, it only happened once in a game, and I wasn't sure how I did it. Then it happened again, and I saw what I was doing differently. So after playing for another hour or so, I was able to make the glitch happen anytime. So I then played the game using the glitch to roll over the score. I thought maybe it was something to do with using the disc version, so we loaded up the cassette version. The exact same thing happened. I've made the glitch happen in both with XOR and VCC, but have not tried real hardware yet. That was back on the 11th.
Okay. So speaking of the glitch, I guess you've got a video queued up about this glitch that was discovered in this game.
I might. Let me find it. Let me mute the sound though, so we can talk over it.
I thought David Ladd was the only one that was supposed to be breaking stuff.
Oh no, we've been breaking for almost 3 years
I call it
now.
finding features.
Yes. It's a feature game.
Okay, you guys can see that?
Yep.
So it'll be coming up fairly shortly. So basically, if you come in from the lower left corner and you just sit over top of the robot, it doesn't die, but you keep getting the points for it dying until your timer runs out.
Interesting.
No, I think actually I stumbled on this glitch too. I just thought there was two robots over top of each other. I thought I'd killed, like I kept moving, so obviously I did finally cover it up and kill it. But I did get I saw two robots and I got like 4 points or 4 sets of points for it. I thought maybe two were over top of each other, but after watching this, no, I actually had encountered it. I just never stopped moving long enough for it to actually happen repeatedly.
All right,
that's basically you're getting 40 points every second of your timer, basically.
And if you do it on the upper levels, you get more points.
Yeah. I only made it to the third, I think, because the monsters or whatever you want to call them actually change, I think, 6-7 times as you go through levels.
Okay.
Anyway,
well,
that's
we know.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, now we know if we ever play this game again, I expect some really, really high scores.
I expect low ones because after you wrap it, you get bored and quit.
Or there's a simple patch that can be applied.
Yeah, changing the hitbox.
No, the hitbox I think is fine. The problem is that it's counting the score up, and then it should kill the robot that you've gotten the score from. But it's not doing that. For some reason, when you come from this angle, as opposed to another angle, it just constantly goes through the cycle of adding the points for killing the robot, don't kill the robot. Add the points for killing the robot, don't kill the robot.
So it's not being taken off the map.
Yeah.
Well, now we have to find the guy that wrote this game and show him this.
That's why I was wondering if Jason was still on the call, because I mean he's fairly near Pittsburgh, and if that James Walton still lives there, you might be able to actually look him up.
Hey, can fix this.
I can take a look there and hey, this 30-year-old game that you wrote, there's a bug. We need you
I
to
found
fix
a bug in the layer. Can you fix it?
We want a refund.
Yeah. I want my money back from pirating this.
Why did you make this bug?
Because it was cheaper? I don't know.
I'm guessing you just never saw it. It's like the Poltergeist Cars level bug.
Oh,
yeah. He
I
didn't
know
have the
that
right
bugs.
people play testing this game then.
This was written by two people too, wasn't it? It was James and somebody else.
Yeah, I think it says that the James wrote the story for it, and it was coded by another guy.
And I don't know if I've ever, I've never found reviews for it. I don't even know if I've seen an ad for it, which is a problem I've been hitting on my timeline page, because there's quite a few that don't have ads, because the people who just made a game and then weren't able to afford Rainbow's advertising rates or whatever, because those are not cheap for the time, and they just kind of tried to word of mouth it and end up
But also,
disappearing
you
a few
look
months
at
later.
the high score for this game was submitted in 1990, which is pretty late in the life of a game that runs on the CoCo 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah. Is there a copyright date on the splash screen? I can't remember.
Let me check.
Now, does this game exhibit a tearing and
A little bit.
Scrolls? Is that what that is?
Yeah. That's when you're not page flipping. That's why you try to use double buffering / page flipping, whatever you want to call it, where you can draw on one screen while the player's seeing the other one nice and clean. And then once you're finished drawing, then you switch the pointer to show the other screen when it's fully rendered and ready to go. But that takes extra RAM. So a lot of the earlier CoCo games, especially trying to run 16K in high res, would not be double buffering. You would see page tearing and Ripley effects as things are getting drawn and stuff.
I heard of it, but I
all right. So
see it. Go ahead.
So the splash screen says it was written in 1985.
Oh wow, 5-year difference before you submitted a score.
Yeah,
that's odd.
Maybe it got lost in the mail
to himself. I think he's one of the developers.
The letter to Rainbow to submit your score.
Oh, that's possible. If it was from Canada Post, I would say that's pretty for sure.
I was just looking on because I just saw a story on Twitter about a guy that got a package from 2014, and it was some part that he ordered for a computer back then, and it had been lost in the mail since 2014. But
a completely aside that has nothing to do with the game, but I just saw that he posted in the chat here. Grant, who was planning on being on the show today, actually had a tornado go through his home, and he had some branches broke off that hit the house and his car. And he was still hoping to be able to get on, but he says, I'm still cleaning up from the good storms yesterday. I had a tree that fell on the house and the car. But everybody's okay. It sounds like insurance will cover it. They're still cleaning up.
So he chases tornadoes, right?
Yeah, and that one chased him.
Yeah, but he's doing it wrong.
I'm going to call it the revenge of the tornado. That's
no,
what
it's work at home.
He's just working
at home. There you go. Yeah. That's how he could have done COVID. He was always complaining he couldn't go out storm chasing during COVID. Well, you just had to wait till now and you would have been fine.
Work at home.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, well, anybody else have any tips or tricks for this game if you're not using the cheat?
Use the map that
Other
whoever
than-
made that did.
Yeah, that was Buck Owens made the map, so you could use the map that he made. Now, there was some talk about the map thing. It asks if you want to load in your own map. I'm assuming that nobody has any instruction books for this, so we don't know.
No.
But was there a way to make your own maps for this game, or
I have no
was that
idea.
a save game function that you maybe had, or?
That would be my two guesses, but I don't think anybody got far enough in the code to see if there's actually, while you're talking about it, maybe I'll take a look.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming if it has a way to load one in, if the editor, if it's one where you can edit your own level, or if it's a save game state, it should have text in there saying, do you wish to save the game? And if the text is in there, then there's probably some special key sequence or something to hit. Maybe. Any other tips and tricks as far as that goes?
Come on, people that submitted scores.
Don't die.
That's a good one. Watch your little timer there to don't get too greedy trying to kill the robots when you only have a couple seconds left on it, because that timer goes down
That's a
really
mistake
quickly.
I made numerous times.
It's like, I can make it across the room to that guy. Oh, nope, I didn't do it.
The luring thing that Buck mentioned, where you kind of lure the robots, you can kind of like get them into a quarter and then swing them around so that you can actually get a bunch of them at once and not get killed. That's one thing.
Yeah. Well, in some of the later levels, you have to start luring them out of the way because they're blocking all your paths to get to any of the power pellets. So.
Okay, hunting through the raw hex dump here.
And other than that, of course, we played Cuthbert in Space this week, which kind of a unique game, how it will randomly throw you into a text screen where you have to just use your joystick to change coordinate numbers. I see a few people got annoyed by that because you don't get any points for doing it. And on that particular game, my suggestion is, especially if you're using a joystick, use the diagonal to move both numbers at once. So that, because it's two coordinate numbers and one will be go up or down, going left or right, and the other one will go up or down using up and down on the joystick. If you use the diagonals, you can move both numbers in the right direction to where you're trying to get it to, and you get through that a lot quicker.
No, I don't see any of the text in there, not even those little blurbs like, buy Burma Shave. So he's got them either bit shifted or something to not make them obvious, or he's got something other than ASCII for doing it. So that'd require a bit more sleuthing, unfortunately. Which I won't be doing live on the show.
Yeah, it's probably because they're drawing them in high res.
Well, usually you make a character set, and then you have actual raw text that just does a lookup table. But if they're skipping characters and stuff, it might be shifted down.
So Scott Cooper is saying how sometimes the game spawns all the golden power pills in the middle of the map, so you'll be trapped by the bad guys from getting to them. But that's one of the cases where you just have to be very, very patiently luring the bad guys away from.
Yeah.
And often dying doing it.
Yeah, and you get what is it, 15 seconds or 15 timer thingies when you respawn that you can actually run
Kill
over them.
things, yeah.
Yeah, so you can try to take one or two out that are right near you immediately after respawning.
I actually hadn't even noticed that until we were playing the live game on Thursday when somebody mentioned it. So
that's kind of like me in the other game where I finally discovered or remembered that you can fire.
Yes. And that's the other thing in Cuthbert in Space. You can fire while you're on the fuel stage.
Yep, I didn't do that the entire time I was playing it live. Well, yeah, it was pretty bad. I was pretty embarrassed.
Anyways, does anybody have anything about either of those games to talk about?
Cuthbert in Space is too hard, as a lot of UK games are.
Actually, I don't find it's that hard. The biggest way to get lots of points is get greedy on the gold stage when the money's dropping from the sky. Find one little spot to sit there and find a good spot to sit where you're not going to go too high or too low, and just shoot all the asteroids or bad guys that are coming from the side of the screen and only catch the gold falling in that one area. And you can sit there for a long time and get a lot of gold.
Oh, okay. I never thought of that. I would suggest, firing. That's actually a pretty helpful thing.
Yeah, and firing to kill the things. But yeah, don't get greedy by trying to move all over the screen to catch stuff, because it doesn't matter how many things you miss. You don't lose points for missing the things. But
now, is there a certain quantity that goes and then it stops anyways, or can you go until you get killed, or you?
I think you either go till you get killed or you land it back in the ship. So if you don't want to lose a man, land back in the ship. Because I did it for a little bit. I mean, my highest score so far was not that good, but it was about 8,000, and I got most of those points on the one stage just catching gold.
Okay, that's a good thing to try. At least until Buck and Taz, figure out some other way to rack the score, way to hack up with some secret technique.
The bad guys are cops, so you're basically killing cops in this game. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, that Cuthbert.
Yeah.
All right.
Fugitive from the law.
So, the lair was an okay game. It wasn't all of that great. It was a little glitch. Obviously, there's a cheat in it, and it suffered from some definite slowdown when you were doing stuff, like when it was redrawing the screen whenever you moved.
Yeah, to be honest, that's a possible candidate for a 609 patch.
Yeah,
if the game's popular enough to warrant me to hunt that down.
If we could figure out that if you could make your own levels, it would be interesting to do that.
Yeah, or even save the game state. Even that would be
save a game state. Yeah.
Depending on which way it was set up.
And
the
if
thing I'm
you're-
worried about is whoever pirated the game, if there was a separate program to create the levels, like Nick does when he's doing his internal development, and that did not get copied over because the guy didn't care.
Possibly.
We may never be able to do that.
Well, if Jason could look up the original author there, then
Yeah. I mean, the fact that
Maybe
they
he-
figured out the map already, I'm assuming he went through the code and found the table for the map. So honestly, you probably could write your own
yeah.
To do it. But
Even that, if you're updating it to the 6309, even take that point scoring bug out of it. Figure out a way to close that little problem.
yeah, could look for that. I usually just do those as just a quick, patch just to make the game run smoother, faster, or whatever.
Oh no!
Now, is the game speed already good enough though? Does it need to be sped up?
I don't know if it just the drawing speed could be sped up or. But
I'll
like I
have to
said,
see
that
how he
would just
does his timer. If he's using an IRQ, I might be able to keep the game speed and just speed up the graphic drawing so it's a bit less tarry, as Ron said.
But I think we should just give you as much work as we possibly can.
Yeah, because I'm not busy enough with all the
Fix
other
things.
crap,
Yeah,
so.
there you go.
I mean, Tim and AJ will be covering that in the Game On News here, but they just did a video covering a game suggestion I gave them, a couple months ago already.
All right.
yourself a
Well,
real challenge. Do it in ASCII art.
there you go. I am going to try and show some footage from the Thursday night show. This is probably going to end up being a slideshow, but where is it? There we go. So Thursday night we had a bunch of people in playing a few different games. Some people were just lazy and wanted to play one button games, so they played Paul Shoemaker's.
Yeah, we won't call out anybody like Mark on that though. So
No, definitely not. Not going to call out Mark, but
Hey, at least I played.
So yeah, there is a bunch of us there again. The turnouts are doing pretty good for being the middle of summer for people coming in on Thursday nights and hanging out and having a good time playing some games. It's like a little house party every week. So show up,
it's
everybody.
a CoCo version of a LAN party. That's what it is.
There you go. It's a modern LAN party.
Though Rick is currently working on stuff to make real LAN parties possible in the future. So
All right.
Ooh.
The only issue I have is Thursday seems to be the universal day for people to schedule things where they don't want to interrupt the weekend. I've got like 6 things to do on Thursday night.
I blame Sloopy. He's the one that scheduled this.
Yeah, we
Because
can
he's not
blame
here and I can
Sloopy.
throw him under the bus.
Oh, I thought he did log in for a bit there. Did he disappear again?
No, I'm here.
Oh, he is here. Okay.
Oh,
I'm just not saying much.
oh.
You don't
Sounds like
sound
you're
very
laryngitis or
well,
something.
so
Yeah,
stay quiet, Sloopy. Don't stress yourself. Stay
Okay,
quiet.
well, Sloopy
I,
can't talk right now, so it's easy to throw him under the bus.
is that why I have the rundown feeling?
That might have been the car Ken was driving. I'm not sure.
I thought that's the run over, not run down.
Right.
He may not fit under the bus if he's swollen.
Run over, run down. It all depends on which side of the steering wheel you're on.
Yeah.
No, I found out yesterday I'm not compatible with heat.
Oh, okay.
You wouldn't be good here.
Yeah, the few weeks ago, Mrs. car broke down, and yesterday I went up to her parents' house to work on it, and had to take the bike. And on the way back, there was construction, and I spent almost 40 minutes in a long line of vehicles waiting for them to let us through
In the
in
heat.
90-degree heat.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
after.
and probably no shade around either.
No, and this was after I went through a monsoon.
Well, you got some vitamin D then.
Yeah.
Can't you split lanes with that thing?
No, they were repaving the road, re-asphalting it.
Oh, so
he's
you're gonna
got-
get heat from that too on top of it.
Yeah,
No,
so
he's got curb feelers on the side. He can't go through.
yeah.
You just have to move up to Canada, Sloopy. We have all this white stuff called snow. You'll never have to experience that again.
Yeah, I hear. I heard it got almost to 30 the other day. In some places.
Are you talking Celsius or?
Oh,
Yes.
That's back up to 90 degrees again. So
Yeah, isn't that about 30 Celsius?
yeah, it's 86 technically, but yeah, pretty close.
Anyway,
After
Thursday
the weather
night,
report, go ahead, Ken.
Thursday night, be there. It starts at currently 7 o'clock for me. Whatever time that is for you guys, I don't know. I'm not going to figure it out for you.
8 p.m. Eastern, right?
8 p.m. Eastern. Also, just so you know, if you don't care much for the games we're playing, you can play any game on your CoCo, as the one person here playing Ghost Rush shows.
No, they're just playing Ghost Rush because they're lazy. The only one
Yeah,
that used one button.
I needed a simple game. One button's all I could handle.
The layer was simple. You just walk around and die.
Yeah, there you go. That's the best tip so far. Just walk
All
around
right,
and die.
so- And those were the games for this week. Shall I talk about what the games for next week are going to be? Obviously, we are playing
No, leave it a mystery.
Cuthbert in Space again for one more week. And then we are also playing, I'm not even going to give a teaser for this. I'm just showing the screen. Asteroids RX. So there is on it that I use the shield mode or the warp mode.
No, you're breaking
I'm
up,
accepting. Okay.
Okay, try again. I
Can
think
you
it might
still-
have been just trying to highlight or get the picture downloaded because that's pretty high res.
Okay. I'll turn the picture off and say there's two modes on Asteroids RX. There's the shield mode and warp mode. So you can either turn a shield on or you can warp yourself over to another part of the screen.
Okay.
Use either mode. Don't care.
Okay, and there's no
Both
skill
have their
levels or anything to
pluses and-
select?
No.
You
And
die
this
just
is
as
for-
fast either way.
There's hard and there's hard and hard.
And really hard.
And this is for the ZX Spectrum.
That's what the
It was
title screen
ported.
says, but
That's what the image said.
that's what the image says, but it was ported to the CoCo. So it was originally made on the ZX Spectrum.
Yeah, by Happy Coding X from the Amigos channel, and ported by Paris Rat from where is he from? Spain, I think. Yeah, he does all the AGD
Anyway.
stuff.
Yeah.
And where can one get this game? How much does it cost?
It's $4.99 US, and there will be a link to get it to the itch.io page.
It's actually a
That
pretty
will
cool
be-
game. I actually got it a couple of weeks ago and was actually playing it a few weeks ago on the game challenge. And it
Yes,
looks
and
really cool.
You're the one that originally suggested it, so thank you, Marco.
Yay.
I haven't had a chance to try it yet. How does it compare with something like, say, Star Blaster?
I haven't played Star Blaster, so but it reminds me of like the asteroids in the arcade. It
Yeah,
has
this
the
is
physics.
a very true to
Physics seem right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I know Happy Coding just released a new Spectrum game. I don't know if Pear is planning on porting this one too, but it was Lunar Rescue in the arcade. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
What are the sound effects like on that game?
Good question. I didn't turn
On the asteroid.
I didn't turn the volume on to listen to it while I was trying it out. So
Mark, do you remember? Is it close to the arcade too, or is it different?
I don't remember. I don't remember the sound. It didn't sound really weird to me, but I don't know how accurate it was. But I was pleasantly surprised what the sound did sound like.
Well, the original was pretty simple, so yeah, we should be.
Yeah,
able
it
to
was
do that.
just pew, pew, and then the
explosions were good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they were a little fancy,
kind of
but
crashing.
Especially those big speakers right over your head. That was awesome.
right. But it was 1-bit sound. We can do that.
Yep, I'm sure the sound is fine. There's no backtrack of music, if that's what you're asking, Nick.
No, just wondering.
It
if
plays
had,
on a CoCo 1, so.
Heck,
had
somebody
some
else was
good
actually
sound
porting
effects.
Asteroids to the CoCo directly from the arcade as a transcode at some point, but it kind of fell off.
Is
Mark
that
McDougall, wasn't it?
McDougall? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because he had
I've
a
had
demo of
the,
that up at one point, but he's
I
kind of
wonder-
dropped it, I think.
I wonder if I can find it.
In fact, I think that was a CoCo 3 version. He was actually using a 640 mode to give it as close to vector appearance as you could on
Yeah.
CoCo. But yeah, I don't think I ever finished it.
Anyways, this version of Asteroids looks pretty good, and that's what we're going to be playing for 2 weeks.
I got a couple comments from the chat here. Scott Cooper says, I think the CoCo Dragon version of Asteroids RX is missing things that the Spectrum version has, like spinning asteroids and a cluster of ships that break up and chase you. And then Karen says, talking about Asteroids in the arcade, he says, I mean, it had 2 tones of background music, didn't it? Yeah, it's kind of like the Jaws. Doot, 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 doot.
But I think that music only happened when the flying saucer was on the screen.
No, that had that high pitch thing. The other one was that it started slow, it's like doot, doot, doot. And as you destroyed more and more asteroids and started moving faster, it goes doot, 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 doot. It gets faster.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
fine.
And then the flying saucer, doo, 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 as it flew around thing.
Okay. I haven't
Yeah, I
played
was
the
wondering.
Asteroids arcade cabinet for probably 20 years, so.
So I was asking, wondering what the sound effects on that new
Right.
CoCo one is.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out this week.
Yeah,
You'll have
Mark
to
just
show
posted the link in the chat too, so if anybody wants the HIO address to go get it.
On
Support a
Thursday
developer.
night, Nick, you'll have to show up and listen to us playing it.
He
I'll
can't
tell you,
though.
it's- it gets
Thursday for him is like Rick. He's got a whole bunch of stuff pre-booked he can't get out of. So
I do know it gets kind of annoying as you start blasting the asteroids, they start fragmenting, and then you got multiple things you have to try to dodge. So
That's the game.
Yep. That's precisely the arcade game.
Nick needs to just sample Curtis making sound effects.
Yeah. No, that wasn't a sound effect. That was gas. Sorry.
Oh, God.
All right, well, that's about that for the Game On Challenge. So
Cool. Mark, don't skip into the news intro or anything. I'll just do the game news because there's only 4. So
Okay.
I will share that right now. Hey, you guys seen that?
Yep.
Okay, so we covered this recently. Paul Thayer's making a port from the Pico of Shmup You Up. And now he's working on the sound routines, but he realized that the last video he posted, he actually had the sound shut off. So nobody heard his fancy sound routines. But that was okay because he actually fixed up his sound routines to now do 2-channel, and he's just learning how to do this. This is the first time he's ever done multi-channel sound, which I know Nick does all the time. So I actually gave him a couple of pointers. Hopefully I relayed that correctly, Nick. I didn't involve you with it because it was an odd time of the day for you. Hopefully I didn't set him on the wrong path. But he's actually got some side-by-side here showing the single-channel sound and then the double-channel sound, basically 2 different builds of the program that you'll be able to see here. So I'll just play the whole thing. It's kind of a vlog entry, and it's on Facebook, and I know quite a few of our viewers never touch Facebook with a 10-foot pole, so they'll never see this otherwise. So I'll just play the whole 2.5 minutes.
So I just realized that last recording that I did of this, I had my mic on mute the entire time. So I just wanted to make a little progress update. I'm starting to understand the sound a little better. I definitely don't have it fully grasped, and I'm getting some help from some friends, but I wanted to just try and figure some stuff out on my own. So in the past, with some of my games, I just had a single sample player. So you record your sample on your PC onto Audacity and reduce it to mono and whatever frequency you're going to run your FRIQ at or whatever. And then it will play sound when you take the sample value and shove it into the DAC. And I've been using the same one for many years that Simon Jonason wrote for me when I made Timberman. So in this game engine, I want to be able to mix sounds. Right now I got 2. It was a real pain in the butt to figure this stuff out. But I'm getting there. So here's kind of the start of where it was. So one single sound. As you can see, when it explodes, there's no explosion sound. I'm also getting some performance issues now that I've introduced sound. Did you hear that hesitation? That's the game slowing down to 20 frames per second. All right, so here and here now we're going to hear multiple channels of sound. I think I need to shorten the length of the explosion sound. Not sure. We'll get this figured out, but I just wanted to show you guys some progress.
I mean, I think it's come along good. The sound mixture seems to be working fairly well. You can still hear the shots at the same time you hear the explosions. The explosion is a bit long, but I mean, unless he needs to save memory, it's fine the way it is, honestly. Because if you get a lot of explosions, Rhoda keeps restarting the sound sample anyway. It's only when you shoot one thing and then pause, shooting for a bit, that you're going to get the long explosion.
For sound effects, you can get away with without a sound chip quite well, actually. It's only when you need music that you really do need a sound chip for that. To do it properly, to do it cleanly.
I think it depends on the game and how much CPU time you need. Like if you listen to something like Photon, that rivals any sound chip I've heard. Or Contras, which actually has percussion and stuff too. I mean, that would. It depends. If your game is really CPU intensive on its own, irregardless of sound, then yeah, you definitely would want a sound chip to offload it. But I don't know. I think it sounds pretty darn good, and I'm sure you would agree.
Doing well. Yeah, no, it's good. You can do some pretty good stuff with the CoCo's DAC.
Yeah, and he's also he's like you. He picks a lower res. I can't remember which one this was here, but it's like a 128 by, I think, close to what you used for Gatecrasher.
Yeah, what is it?
128 by 112 and a half or whatever it was.
128 by 96 or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. Which means you're not moving that much graphics around. You're basically moving the size of a CoCo 2 screen or something like that, but you're running at CoCo 3 double speed. That gives you enough time to do some pretty decent sound samples and mix multiple channels. I have to tell him, though, he's got to make an ORC 90 version where you can actually have it pan the sound left and right as you're moving across the screen. That'd be awesome. I keep trying to get Nick to do that too, but he's too lazy.
Well, I just don't think people are all set up with 2 speakers there. How many people have a 2 stereo speakers hooked up to an Orchestra 90 right now? Apart
right
from
here,
the one
right, literally beside me.
Yeah, well, you're one. I'm not going to do that just for one person.
You're muted, Rick.
I was going to say I will if I plug all this crap in, but not right now.
The other thing is, of course, you need a multi-pack of some sort, and that's something not everybody has.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah,
I do have one ready to go.
But this is a chicken and the egg thing. If you don't give the people the option of finding some software that uses this to a great extent, then why would they bother buying it, right?
True.
I mean, unless you're playing mod files, because I mean, Sockmaster does have his 639 player, does support the ORC 90 and does full stereo on the 4-voice mod files. But that's all it does. It's not a game, obviously. Other than that, game-wise, I think only John Strong has the 2. He has his Tetris clone, and his Gems games are the only ones that actually do panning stereo. And they're very simple, like just beep boop sound effects, nothing fancy.
There was a
Someday.
version of Gunstar that did.
Yeah, I actually have that one. I should release that unofficially or something. Actually, for anybody here who has purchased Gunstar, has a multi-pack of some sort, whether it's a mini, a mega mini, or a Tandy one or whatever, and has an Orc 90, email Nick and ask for that if you've already purchased it. Because I would like to get some people to try that and see what they think, honestly, to see if it's worthwhile pursuing in a future game from somebody. Anyway, good work, Paul. Looking forward to the game. Next up, Richard Kelly has released Maze Creator version 1. So this is the first official release. He's been doing a bunch of betas recently, and he kept speeding it up and fixing bugs, etc. This one now includes versions for the CoCo 3, the CoCo 1 and 2. There's versions that do it in text, versions that do it with graphic screens. Will now run in 16K. And it'll kind of auto-solve. And he's got a few samples here. Like here's a CoCo 1 and 2 one. With a little bit of help menu on the bottom. Now, whatever emulators he's using for screenshots, I know the old version of MAME does this. It keeps stretching CoCo 3 modes to be twice as wide as they're supposed to be. So it kind of flattens it vertically. And that's what it's doing down here as well. So it doesn't actually look like that on a real screen. It'll be at the normal ratio like this one. But yeah, that's a CoCo 3 with a bit of the fancier colors and stuff involved in it. But because it's all in BASIC, I mean, if you guys want to make a game that just involves, you don't want to figure out how to draw a maze yourself and have it randomized and solvable. That's the other thing it does, is to you just use his routine in there, and you can probably expand on that to you can make it a 3D game, drawing like some of the RPGs did back in the day, or a race car game, or whatever you want to do. Anyway, that's available on Facebook, and I think he said it's going to be on the archive, and it probably will be shortly if it isn't already. I didn't get a chance to check today. Next up, we have Jim Gary, who's ported a game called Sleuth, which is basically similar to Clue, if you're familiar with that board game. Originally by Paul Farquhar. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. My apologies if I'm not. It's from Compute's Gazette magazine from the July 1985 issue. And the version that Jim has ported here is based on the, that's kind of loud, is based on the VIC-20 version from that magazine. I do like the footprints. It reminds me of Carmen Sandiego. But basically, as you can see from the text screen here, and I'll just kind of explain it a little bit for the audio listeners here, it gives you like, somebody got shot and died, Lord of the Manor, and it lists like who's there present at the time, and then you have to do the standard, grill the suspects, make an accusation if you think you have enough clues to identify who the killer is. And you wander between rooms and you try to figure out things from talking to people. It even mentions that one of the suspects is a compulsive liar, so you have to take that into consideration when you're trying to figure things out. But yeah, it looks like a pretty good port. I think it needs a 16K RAM expansion pack. I don't think it runs on less than like on the 4K machine, though I could be wrong. I don't think he specified. No, he just says it's for the MC10. So anyway, there's another game for the MC10 from Jim Gary, and Jim Gary's got a non-game one we'll be covering in the regular news as well. And next up, and the last one of the game-related ones, Tim and AJ are back. Sibling Rivalry, episode 91, with a CoCo game called Space Shuttle. And no, it's not the Tom Mix one that probably more of us are familiar with. This is one I didn't even know existed until the last couple months doing my research for 1982 CoCo released games. This is actually made by Aardvark. It's a dual simultaneous player of basically a lunar lander style game. It's keyboard operated. The only key each player has on either side of the keyboard is thrust on off. And basically you're trying to dock with a spaceship that's going across the top. And you have to get to it centered underneath and not going too fast, so you hit it. And if you decide after trying a couple times and you're running low on fuel, then you can soft land at the bottom to refuel yourself and then go back up and try again, which is pretty hard. I don't think Tim even managed to do it during the episode. He might have done it once, but AJ nailed that part, but Tim did win on the docking portion. So for those of you not seen the game in action, I'll just play a little bit here. Hopefully they don't get too sweary during this particular chunk I've picked. My apologies if they do. We try to remain a kid-friendly show. They certainly do not. They just have a show. And it's written in BASIC, so I mean, it's a little bit slow. And plus, they put in, I don't know if it shows up in the stream well, but there's two volcanoes on either side. On the bottom, they actually are firing off things that you can see in the background. You see these little particles flying off, so they're actually, erupting at the time you're playing the game too, which is a nice little touch.
Oh, you crashed.
Oh, how did that happen?
You didn't hit it in the center.
And just to keep the game speed up, they don't really have sound in it either.
Okay, I got a little fuel left. I'm gonna time it just perfectly. Come on, no.
Anyway, you'll have to watch the show to see if she made it or not. And it was cool coming back to that one. I like the fact that it was a dual player. Like there's a bunch of lunar lander style or inverse lunar lander like this one is for the CoCo. I've covered a bunch of them on my game site as I've been going through the history. That would seem to be really popular in the early days. There's at least half a dozen or more versions that came out just in 81 and 82 alone. But having two players simultaneously is not something I saw too often. And there's another one I sent to Tim that hopefully he'll cover at some point in the future, because of course they're going through a bunch of different platforms, so I'm not expecting this anytime soon. But there's a dual player machine language game that's basically Space Invaders, and it's two players at once firing on the invaders, which is kind of a cool one. And I don't think I've ever seen another version like that on the CoCo, so hopefully we'll look forward to that sometime in the future as well. And that's it for the Game On news. So did you want to do a commercial break before we get into the main news, which is a bit longer than that?
Sure.
Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Ram and Shanghai, and I, like you, am a citizen of the CoCo Nation.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
The music is back. Only from Retro Innovations. Go the number 4 retro.com.
For many a year, peace has reigned throughout the realm. In the forest, nothing but ruins of an ancient fortress remain to fuel the myth of the evil wizard. Tales of your ancestors' quest are met with laughter. Mockery follows your warnings. But you know what awaits.
Are you ready? When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so before I get into the actual news stuff here, I'll just reshare a few announcements of some interviews we have coming up. So August 12th, we have Matt Harper, the author of Wizard's Den, sold by Atomic Software. August the 19th, we have both Glenn Dahlgren and Doug Maston coming on to talk about the Contras that was sold by Sundog Systems that Glenn ran. And Doug was the programmer behind it. And then September the 9th, we will have Mark P. and Charlie from portcoco.com. If you remember from the fest here, we had the portable CoCos that can be run off batteries without modifying the case. That's the people behind that. And that will be on September the 9th. So looking forward to those. And I'm still trying to book a few other ones too. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure if they'll be over the summer, if they'll be into the fall, but we'll try our best. And okay, you guys should see a bunch of random colors and circles. I hope.
Very circular.
So Tier City Retro Programming has been experimenting with trying to do scrolling in BASIC. This is for CoCo 1 and 2, BASIC, I should mention too, not CoCo 3. And if you guys have fiddled with get put buffers as followed in the manual and the extended BASIC manual, it's quite slow on doing some of that stuff. So trying to scroll a screen is pretty well an impossibility. Now, there are some tips and tricks for doing it, namely the hidden feature of doing even byte boundary get put buffers is much, much faster, like several times faster than the regular ones that most people used at the time. And it's not documented in the manual. So there was some suggestions from both myself and what the heck's that guy's name? Jim, something is his real name. He has a really weird handle on YouTube that is like random letters or something. But he gave a program for him to try, and this is the result of it. Now, he had quite typed it in quite correctly here, so you're going to see a bit of glitching on the right as it's doing the scroll, but this is what he came up with. Which means it is scrolling the whole screen, and it's doing it without the tearing, as Ron was mentioning, because it actually is using page flipping and pcopy to render it first and then copy it over afterwards.
Huh.
But it is working. And that's a full screen P mode 1, I think. So it's moving like, what is that, 3K at a time or something like that? Which for basic, that's not, horrible. It's a bit slow though, because the way Jim had originally written it was he was actually doing it in 16 pixel wide chunks. So you have to do like vertical strips that you're moving back and forth as you're copying on the opposite of the screen you can't see before it gets displayed. So I gave a suggestion of doing it with one honking big get put that's literally all of the screen except for 16 pixel strip. Move that in one shot so you don't have the overhead of doing a loop and variables and multiple calls to basic for get put buffers, and just do one big one and then one little one for the strip type thing. So on the second video that he did later this week is using that method, and then he also used the speed up poke. Now, this is something I want to ask Kieran, and I know it's technically accurate to what the real hardware would have done, but it's kind of annoying. He's now using XROR on his videos. I think he used VCC originally because he wants to say strictly CoCo 1 and 2 at this point. But if you have the speed up poke enabled and he's trying to save his stuff to cassette, I'm not sure why he's saving to cassette. I actually asked him about that. But it corrupts the image if the high speed poke's on and you can't reload it again. So he had typed in the program in the previous video I just finished showing, and he lost it after he saved it because he hadn't remembered to slow the computer back down with the poke. And I was just wondering, is there a way to maybe fix that? Because I don't think back in the day, I definitely did not like it when I suddenly remembered I'd accidentally left the speed poke on, tried saving something on cassette and corrupted it. Later on, we found out there's some pokes you can do to actually, so you can load those back in again. You have to shorten the header and a few other things. But I don't know if there's maybe a way in XOR to just maybe have it so that it doesn't corrupt it automatically, or even if Karen's aware of that. So anyway, thought I'd mention that. Anyway, this is the revised one that does that, and you can actually see on the screen your lines 16 through 19. So we're getting the little strip and then getting the entire rest of the screen into two different arrays, S and T, and then putting them at the new positions. And this is a wraparound scroll. And one thing that Tier City Retro Programming did in this particular case, he actually drew some actual shapes rather than just random circles, so it's a little bit easier to see the effect. And this is with the double speed poke and just get put. There's no machine language, there's no nothing in here. And it's a fair bit better.
Edit line 1 and actually edit line 0. I don't know why everybody's using 0 all of a sudden. Let's renumber this. Let's not renumber it. Let's just take the speed poke out of rem and see how much faster it goes. And it's quite a bit faster. Now we're
he's not just scrolling that little chunk with the different shapes. You're seeing the whole screen is scrolling. There's nothing drawn on the rest of it, but it's a full screen scroll.
Program we all got together to create, and
But that's actually not bad. I mean, if you start using P copy and stuff, so you're drawing shapes, you draw the background first, scrolling like this, and then you draw some shapes over top of it or lines for lasers or whatever. You can actually do a semi-decent scrolling game in BASIC, I think, honestly. And this is something I never really thought of trying back in the day, because by the time I figured out how the fast get put buffers worked, I was getting into OS 9. So, but that's not too shabby for BASIC, for built-in stuff. I was wondering if anybody here who's done basic programming back in the day or still does, has any of you experimented with this kind of thing using the fast get put buffers?
No, I didn't do anything with the fast get and put so much, but I did use page flipping for some animation.
Yep.
Limit your animation to a single page, it can go pretty quick.
Yeah, that was one advantage the CoCo had. Like the CoCo, it's kind of funny. The sound, having to use stuff you blast to a DAC, and the graphics, having no sprite chip or whatever, was actually a bit of ahead of its time. We just didn't have the CPU horsepower required to fully use that, because that's how the modern machines do. They don't have sprite chips anymore. They don't have, well, I guess they can have sound chips, but everything's done with samples now, not pre-done synthesizer chips, because you can do whatever music you want or sound effects. There's no limits. Whereas if you were using a sound chip, you were limited to whatever that sound chip supported. And same with sprites. I mean, sprites on the C64 and the Ataris, you had specific sizes you were allowed to use. You couldn't go outside of that. They had limitations how many colors could be in a sprite, usually 2 or 4 depending. So there's all these limitations. And the way the CoCo did it, the brute force method, actually didn't have those limitations. The limitation was how fast can the CPU do it through software. And it's kind of funny because the way it's done now is more like the CoCo.
What's the goal? What's he trying to do? What sort of a game?
Well, he just wanted to see if he could do scrolling in BASIC fast enough to even attempt something. Like he was thinking about using a Tail Suburban. Actually, Jim and me both suggested, like he's using a P mode 1, so that's 2 pages, and you've got 8 pages by default. There's actually a couple pokes you could do if you're in 64K mode and actually get more than that if you need them. But he's got basically 3 screens, and he's flipped screens when he gets to the other one. And he's pre-drawn those screens so he can P-copy them onto the main one to animate the character over. Well, the thing is, if you're doing that already and you've already pre-drawn them, you could actually have those screens connect to each other and then start pulling like the right part of the screen from the first one, the left part from the second one, and copy that over onto the viewable one. So you can actually scroll 3 screens wide. So it's not just wraparound like this little demo is doing. You could actually do a full screen scroll that's 3 screens wide in BASIC at semi-decent speeds. So I think he wants to maybe fiddle with that a little bit, and that's kind of I think so you just want to see if it was feasible, first of all, because I said, I can send you an ML or subroutine you can poke in and then exec it or whatever. And he says, no, I want to see if I can do it in pure BASIC. And honestly, I didn't think it would be fast enough either. So I thought, that's kind of pie in the sky, but actually that's not bad. If you're just doing something where you're walking and maybe you have other stuff flying around the screen, you probably could do something semi-decent this way.
Well, and by the time you make a viewport with, a dialog box under it and some instruments, this could make a pretty active screen in BASIC.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Nick.
It depends also on the game as well. He may not need to do a full screen.
Well, that's what he's getting at, because Tales of Suburbia, what he does is he's got a top half of the screen, which is going to be your status and stuff, plus the title. And then the bottom part is the actual gameplay part. It's literally right on a page boundary. So it's only 1 page per. And he actually mentions that in the video here. He said, this is scrolling the whole screen 2 pages at a time. If you cut it down to his Tales Suburban, you only do the bottom part, which would basically double the speed of it from what it's doing now. Then he could have it so you're scrolling through, from the house to the street to the fence and the graveyard and whatever else, instead of having the split screen as he's got now. Because he has them all pre-rendered already. 1 page each, 3 pages total, 2 pages for the actual display. And I think he has another extra page for some of the shapes that he does, like, the swords, and actually that's another game he's doing too. But basically, you could make a fully scrolling, and that's just using the legal P-Clear 8. I mean, if you have 64K and you kick it in RAM mode, you can actually assign more pages than that, especially at lower reses like this. So yeah, I think you could do some pretty decent stuff. And I was a bit surprised it ran this quick myself. even though I wrote it for him, I was like, oh, this is actually not that bad. And I'm scrolling the whole screen, not just the half screen he normally does. So yeah. Yeah, extended basic, I think most CoCo people know that it's a really good basic, and in fact what G was basic on the PC was based on. And it was probably the most advanced of the 8-bit extended basics that Microsoft did. But I think it's underrated amongst other platforms. A lot of them poo-poo it, go, there's no sprites, there's no multi-voice sound chip or whatever type thing. Which, I mean, obviously this won't solve the multi-voice sound thing, but you can do some pretty decent. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you list a program on the C64, it's poke, 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 type thing. The only poke in here was just to kick in the double speed CPU. And even without that, it doesn't run too bad. I mean, it's slower than this, obviously, but it's still, actually, I think he actually did run it with without the high speed poke. Find that.
Isn't this awesome?
Yeah, this is without the high speed poke. And it's still not too bad for scrolling a whole screen.
Curtis, whatever you did, man, you sped this thing up like
So, I mean, the basic 65495 poke speeds up ROM access, not RAM. So all the actual copying of stuff to RAM here isn't going to be that much faster, and interpreting the basic program you typed in is not going to be faster, but the ROM routines being called will run faster. So you get about a 30-40% speed increase, I think it is. But yeah, still not bad. The only limiting thing here, I think, is the fact that because of how pcopy works, you have to put it on a full page boundary, which is 1.5K. You're limited as to what you can do. You can do a whole screen, or you can do a half, top half, or bottom half. If you're in P mode 3 and you want to pull in some extra stuff to scroll, from the extra 4 pages that are maybe 2 pages high, then you can do like a middle or, top 2 or bottom 2 or something like that. A little bit more variety, but that you're a bit limited there. You can't just pick a scan line to start scrolling and a scan line to end, which you could do with an ML subroutine. So I'm wondering, I know BASIC uses some internal variables, I think in direct page, that actually tell where the screen starts and ends, or at least starts and the size of it. I wonder if a couple pokes in there just to change BASIC so it's fooled into thinking it's in a different boundary. You might be able to fully control that without doing any ML subroutines. I might have to fiddle with that.
Yeah. Like the fake high-res trick on machines that don't have it, where you restart the character generator at the start of every line, and you get much more than you really have.
But I mean, BASIC itself, because it had to adjust where does a screen start in memory from cassette to disk, so it has to keep track of that, right? Because it's shifted from 600 to E00.
All right. So
it already has something that tells it, it starts here in this circumstance, starts here in this circumstance. So if you poke it right after that, I want P mode 1, 1.25, page 1.25 type thing. I think that might work.
Are the images he's going between, are they like meant to be a contiguous scene? Like you've got to scroll horizontally?
Well, this was a wraparound scene he just did to make it easier to see what it was doing. Because originally, when Jim did the original version of it, it was actually doing just random circles all over the screen. It was so messy, it was kind of hard to tell what was going on at times. So he wanted something nice and clean to see. And this was just meant to be a wraparound, but you could do the 2 or 3 pages of this trick and have it so it's a longer scape that you're scrolling through.
Right. So this is the worst case. This is the full screen going blip.
And wraparound. Yeah. But not bad. I'm kind of curious. Like I know HBuff, the H buffers on HGet and HPut on the CoCo 3 are even byte boundary by force. You're not even allowed to do the odd ones. So they already are running a bit faster, optimized. Now you're moving a heck of a lot more screen around, but I've never really tried to see if that would work. Could you have a little scrolling area that would, say you wanted a guy running, but you wanted the ground to scroll underneath it to give the impression of running. Could you get a chunk that's most of the screen shifted over to the left, and then put a little chunk on the right at the bottom, or wherever you want to place it, so that it gives the illusion scrolling. Now, unfortunately, you can't do double buffering on CoCo 3 Super Extended Basic, so you might catch it on the scan where you're seeing it draw a little bit, but it would, for the most part, I think it wouldn't be too bad. That's where if you're running it under Nitrous 9, it's a lot better because you can double, triple, quadruple, quintuple buffer if you want to. So lots of opportunities to do there. I was glad that I did some code that helps him speed up the routine from the original version, which was already pretty decent and actually surprised me. So that was good. Next up, CoCo Town has done multiple videos, and most of it's about the VDG chip, which is actually, we were just covering with Brian and Alan, that the Tandy diagnostic discs there actually have some programs to test this out too. So the first one he did here was covering the differences found between the T1 VDG and the regular T chip. Now, we kind of already saw that when Brian was demoing it there for the CoCo 3, because it emulates the T1 VDG for those modes. So I won't bother playing any of this one, but go check it out. He actually goes through, what bits you can control, going through all the various modes, etc. The fact that you can actually do semi-graphics, higher semi-graphics with those bits on a CoCo 2B that you cannot do in the CoCo 3. So you can do semi-graphics 12 or 24 with lowercase and a full border or whatever, invis video turning on and off, which you can instantly flip, the characters from green on black to black on green if you're doing text, which can make some pretty cool effects. It's almost like having a single palette register, or two, I guess, one for the background, one for the foreground, for actual text characters, and you can actually flip the entire screen. Now, if you're doing semi-graphics 24, for example, and you're cutting up scan lines between different characters to draw figures like Nick did a couple years back for that adventure game that what's his name was doing, and Protectors 2 does, from Synapse Software back in '83. You can definitely use that technique to instantly change the colors of those text or those little characters, to invert them, like say you want to register or something got hit or something, without actually having to redraw them. You can just change those couple bit settings and instantly change the character. And the next one here, he kind of does another follow-up here, and this he goes through the different bit settings and the VDG pin differences between the two VDG chips, which I'm sure a lot of you hardware guys are probably way more familiar with than I am. I do know that some of the pins moved around, and then some have been kind of rewired and do a different function. There's a couple that went missing on the original or different on the new one. And so I'll just play the tail end of this little video here just to show some of the comparison here, but you can check out the full video on his site.
Now they do. Different things here make different things here. And there you have it. That's where all of the bits and bytes came from the code from the last video. I hope you found this interesting. And as always, I'm not a hardware person. I probably said false statements. You're more than welcome to correct any of my mistakes in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
We can see what he's hitting a key, because this program has a key to change the color set, and also another one to change the lowercase versus inverse video type thing. And you can see it instantly changes the screen because it's an attribute for the whole screen. So you can do some effects there, almost like a palette register. And in the higher semi-graphic modes, you can actually do some really interesting things. Unfortunately, the higher graphics, semi-graphics modes do not work in the CoCo 3, but
that screen is showing that's only on the T1. It won't
Correct.
work on the original one, will it? No.
Well, the color will.
No.
I mean, mind you, the colors are a bit
but
different
you
too.
can't get the border.
Right, or the lowercase.
Or the lowercase, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the SG4 version of this is duplicated on the CoCo 3, but the SG8, 12, 24 is not, unfortunately. Minus the trick for the graphics blocks. I mean, those two combined makes a very good VDG primer for the T1 VDG and how it works versus the regular VDG. Now this one here, he did another video, which he's using that same program, but he kind of goes into the background of how he's doing some of the key handling and stuff. And he works on cycle counts and stuff just to see, like, he's making a bunch of little subroutines that basically just set flags. And you have to do a JSR or a BSR, which does a store at some memory address, and then does an RTS, and he actually goes and exploring, like, what's the overhead of doing that versus the original embedding it in type thing. And he also goes into some of his keyboard handling routines. He calls Polecat the official ROM routine, but then he's manipulating, based on that, is it the same key you hit last time and that type of thing. So he goes into a bit of that. I won't play the video there. You guys can just go catch it on his site there, but there's some pretty cool stuff in there. And like some of the other, tutorials like Tier City Retro Programming is doing, he's kind of learning as he goes type thing. And he's advanced pretty fast, pretty quick here. And of course, he was our guest not too long ago either. So have to go check it out. He's been keeping a lot of cool stuff. If you're just learning assembly language, actually, it's probably a good series to watch. I know we've had a few others by Steve Bjork and some others. Stevie was covering some. We had George Jansen did some as well. This is kind of like the current version of that, except he's starting right with the graphics and the sound stuff first, which I think a lot more people are interested in, rather than getting, just the basic fundamentals. It's like doing a textbook type thing. Like here he's going for the stuff that does the wow factor. Or if you want to write games, which is what most people want to learn the same language for, you have to learn how to do graphics and stuff here. So this is perfect, how to read the keyboard for, playing an arcade game and stuff. So he's going in the right order, I think, to hopefully entice a few more people to watch it. Okay, next up we have Marco van de Meulenhof. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too badly. But he's got new Tandy CoCo 2 batches in limited stock on the Retro 8-Bit shop, which is in Europe. I think it might even be in the UK. I can't remember if it's in the UK or mainland Europe. But you can see them here. And they actually look pretty close to the original Tandy ones. And these are meant to, if yours is damaged or peeled off or wrecked or whatever, or missing, you can get replacements for it. And
it looks all right.
Yeah. So a little bit of a glossy style. And it's bubbled. It's got the
Yeah.
Now €875. That's what, about $9-10 US, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And he's only got a CoCo 2 one so far.
No, he's got a few here.
Here's the range.
Oh yeah.
So color computer, 64K color computer 2, color computer 2, the Model 3, in case you want to get one replacement for one of those, color computer 2 and 120K color computer 3. And Radio Shack and Tandy. Yeah, well, Tandy never made a 512K badge, ever.
No. So he needs a 512 and he needs a 2 meg nowadays.
And 8. Because he's been selling those in the second batch of Gimme X's he sent out 2 years ago, were all 8 megs. Right after I got rid of my 8 meg and gave it to Jim Brain is when Ed brought out new 8 megs. So I've only got the old 2 meg one.
Well, by then you just go with Gimme X color computer 3, right?
You could, yeah.
On the badge. Explains it all.
Yeah, I honestly, maybe Mark can explain this. I don't understand. Like Tandy sold 512K upgrades. So they had their memory test diagnostic test 512K, not correctly apparently, but why would they not have made a 512K badge? I do not understand.
But consider about 2/3 of the 512K upgrades I've ever seen are AXX numbers, which are not official part numbers. They're sort of that weird side hustle that Tandy has going on. So why would they label the case with 512K if the part wasn't even officially available except through the AXX?
It was officially available. They advertised it in the catalog right as soon as the code was announced.
But the one you got wasn't a regular Tandy part number. It was AXX, some weird number.
Well, the AXX is
it
what
works.
we ordered from National Parts.
Okay. But I guess that's my point, is it wasn't really ever fully integrated until the very end. I have a couple that really just have a regular Tandy part number on a 512K upgrade from Tandy, but only a couple compared to all these.
Since it only was ever able to be installed by a tech, that I don't think they ever sold them in the stores. So they didn't have an actual 26- catalog number, I don't think. Could be wrong on that. I haven't looked.
I think I have like one, but like I say, all of them are AXX. There are a couple of different AXX numbers, but they look exactly the same. Anyway, that's enough RAM trivia for me. Thanks.
Yeah. I just figured they should have had the replacement label. They had the little replacement badges for the CoCo 1 when it went from 4K to 16 to 32 to 64. The entire badge here, like these ones here, I don't know if you got a 16K CoCo 2, if you got an upgrade to 64K, if they swapped the badge, but I think they did. If it was done through Tandy. Obviously, if you were doing it on your own, you wouldn't bother.
Right.
Now, Mark is saying in the chat, he said it was just an upgrade. I don't know. It's not just an upgrade. That's a necessary one if you're running OS 9.
Well, but okay, so there never was a 512K CoCo. It was always an upgrade, however you bought.
Well, they never sold the 512K CoCo.
Yeah, you could go and ask for it, but then they would get a 128 and then just put the upgrade in.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did sell them. I mean, a couple people around here I know bought 512s. They didn't buy 128s, but it still said 128 on the thing.
No, they bought a 128 plus an upgrade.
Not as far as you're concerned, Nick.
Yeah, it's dealer options, just like.
Let me tell you why you're wrong.
There was a Color Computer 4 badge made.
Yeah, but that was just for prototyping, I think, or for just seeing what it would look like type thing.
But it was made.
So that makes sense. In the
One.
chat, Mark is saying that merchandising didn't want to compete with the 1000s because the 1000s were a 512 K machine. So you didn't want to have another 512K machine
that cost a quarter of that.
Yeah, that was cheaper.
And ran a better OS.
Right. Look better.
Hey, Badge Man, if you make a 4.
Yeah, but how much did a CoCo cost once you bought a 128K CoCo plus 512 plus a floppy drive?
But Nick, we talked about this in private before. If people were upgrading from an existing CoCo 1 2, you usually already had floppy drives and stuff like that. You weren't rebuying it all. You weren't buying another multi-pack for a CoCo 3. That was the reason it was cheap for us, because it was an upgrade with a lot more power, and we didn't have to rebuy all the peripherals. We got to keep our joysticks. We got to keep our ROM carts. We got to keep our disk drives, our koala tablets and joysticks and everything else.
A new guy coming in.
Well, they probably would have bought a Tandy 1000 or went over and bought an Amiga.
Yeah.
The point was to keep all of the CoCo users, and they did that with the CoCo 3 because, like Curtis says,
it was $219 for the CoCo 3 128K, and that was, I got to use all my previous existing peripherals. Everything still worked: printers, modems, joysticks, mice, disk drives, hard drives, multi-packs, ORC90 cards, sound speech packs. All that stuff still worked. I didn't have to rebuy any of that. The only thing I did end up buying extra was the 512K and the CM8 eventually, once I discovered how much better it looked. And then I promptly sold that off and got a Magnavox because that was way better than the Tandy one.
And not having a competing 512K machine save questions being asked.
Right.
Yeah. Especially if they saw OS9, they're going, oh, can I multitask and run multiple windows on Decimate on the Tandy 1000? Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, because in the stores, the 1000 was the preferred.
Back then, people didn't know about that.
Right. But
some did. But yeah, depending on what you're used to. Like somebody who'd seen an Amiga before would know about multitasking and windowing.
Right.
But back then, we're talking like in 87, what was DOS, Windows 1.0, which didn't have multitasking at all, didn't have overlapping windows.
The Mac?
The Mac by that time had Multifinder already, so it was cooperative multitasking, so it wasn't quite as good as OS9s. But yeah, it would at least let you kind of try it.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, if the programs were nice. Hey, before I get on the next part here, there's a few comments in the chat I just want to kind of go through here quickly. Yeah, Fred Pravancha says programming BASIC in the C64 was such a chore. It was so primitive. Totally agree. You could do some amazing stuff once you learn to poke stuff. Like you could poke in your sprite data and control the sprites, etc. Like you could do some pretty cool stuff, but it wasn't in BASIC per se.
There are quite a few basics out for the 64 now that do
now,
give you better.
But that's not what you got with the machine.
It's an add-on.
Yeah.
It's an add-on.
Right.
Yeah, whereas we had a pretty decent BASIC right off the word go.
Ours was standard. Ours was built in. Everyone had that.
Yeah. The other really, really good BASIC for that time period, I think, was the BBC Micros, which was kind of almost like a BASIC 09. Like it was a structured BASIC, which was way ahead of its time and much faster. That was a good one. I will definitely give it props.
And it was a non-Microsoft one.
Yeah. 60 mentions I do pre-clear 0 that way. Poke the boundaries around, then pre-clear 1, then poke them back. So that's a way to get your extra, page of graphics memory back to your basic program if you don't need graphics at all. And then he says, yeah, the T1 didn't have the bright orange. That's the difference. The two color sets on the CoCo original VDG and the VDG T1, aside from all the lowercase and border stuff, the yellow, orange, or dark red orange mode on the T1, the orange is the same as CLS8 orange. On the CoCo or the non-T1 VDG, blah, blah, blah. That's not the case. It actually has a new yellowish orange that's quite different, and then the dark red background. So you actually had added an extra color on the original VDG that the T1 lost because it ended up just duplicating the orange. So you could have 11 unique colors on the original VDG, but only 10 on the T1.
T1.
Yeah. I remember I hit that too because a friend of mine had a CoCo 2, and I was going, that looks quite a bit different. Looking at a red background for like say the skiing text screen.
Do you guys remember Desk View? Or it was called Desk View, yeah, where you could
for the PC.
Multitask. Well, they said that you could have windows up, more than one Windows. It was what in DOS based, right?
But that was cooperative still, was it? Or
I believe so.
Yeah, there were
I
a
don't think it was
ton of
multitasking. Yeah.
Yeah, there was more than just Desphy. There's a few brands that did that, but
Well, I used it. It was fun.
Desphy was a quarter deck product, as I recall. I think I bought that back in the day. And
Yep.
you used with their memory manager, but I believe it was preemptive on the 386.
yeah, it was QEMM plus Desk View or whatever. Yep.
QEMM. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. So yeah, it was actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
It actually, I guess, was an X Windows type of system with a client server type of.
Yeah. Other comments? Chris Durst says we would keep a 512K upgrade in stock at the store that we got from National Parts, but we were a Plus Computer Center, so we might have been allowed to. And there was a bit of a difference with some of the different levels of Radio Shack stores. And Slippy Malbus says all those upgrades so you could play Neutroid. That's totally wrong.
Hey, there's a guy.
It does fit on all those, even the Model 3. Cool.
Yeah, actually it does. And he's still trying to get it right 30 years later.
No, better.
Actually, I've seen and heard some of the stuff Nick's been doing on the new one, and actually it's a lot better, and it's not as obtuse on the CoCo version.
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll find out when the sales happen.
If.
Yeah. So Micah Furman does an update vlog. He's been doing his Flex series, and Alan Murphy, you probably know a fair bit about this too, because I know you've been talking to him about it a fair bit in the Discord I've seen. Assuming Alan's still on the call. But he discovered that he does have the master disc, because he's been talking the last couple of vlogs that the Frank Hogg original disc here appeared to have been some butcher copy that you can't actually make a new system disc, because it's a special format. You have to format the first track as single density, the rest has to be double density, and then there was some special install program for making duplicates that he couldn't find. And he's got an hour plus long video here going through how he figured out that actually, no, it is on there. It's hidden. And there's, you have to do some special things to figure out where it is and how to run it type thing, which he did figure out. And some of this was mentioned in the manual. He just kind of missed it the first time around, but he actually goes into a deep dive explaining exactly how it works. And it's basically having hidden files on track 34 that don't normally show up in a directory on the Flex disk. It's kind of like a schizoid style disk.
It's a little worse than that, because what they did was they split the put loader file. One block of it is in the file system, but mangled. And then 4 more or 5 more blocks of it are hidden in track 35, the 35th track on the disk, track 0 to 34. It'd be in 34.
Yeah.
So when you run it the right way, it goes through and changes all these little file system link pointers to get to the parts that are hidden but are not written in the directory entry. And yeah, it's a great video. He does go through, explains piece by piece how he followed the trail kind of down to the wrong path and then followed it again and figured out what the parts that didn't make sense before, what they really meant when you looked at the source code, and then how to put it all back together correctly. So yeah,
because he had to disassemble the loader and stuff here to figure out exactly what the heck it was doing. And it like, this sounds like it's copy protection, basically, is what it was, without having to make the disk totally inaccessible.
Right. Yeah,
minus the single density part, because most
anything I saw that looked like a technical reason they would do it that way, other than to obfuscate the ability to do, the full backups.
Yeah, because at one point in the video, when he actually tried to run it properly, he really didn't expect it to work, and he actually said ahead of this is probably not going to work, or he might have been even more sure than that. He might have just said it wasn't going to work, and then it did, and he's
Well, I guess the copy protection did good until Mikey came along.
Right?
Well, it's like any copy protection. I mean, if it's been written, it can be broken.
Well, the main thing that was going wrong is that the backup copies that didn't have the right put loader only had one of the 6 sectors of the put loader.
That's why it magically broke.
Yeah, and so everything else was fine, but when you tried to run the put loader, it would put 5 sectors of trash, whatever happened to have been in
Track
sector
34 at that
35
spot.
or the track 35 of the floppy. It would put that as the rest of put loader rather than the real sectors. So yeah, very cool video. And yeah, he's worked all the way out and through and does his best to try to explain how that path works.
Yeah, you'll definitely need a bit of a technical background to understand it, but if you're into that kind of detail, it's a fascinating video explaining exactly what they did and how they did it. In fact, with all the different shenanigans of floppy stuff there with hidden files and single versus double density and all that kind of stuff, I'm sure David Ladd would love this if he hasn't watched it already. Is David still in the call? I was hoping to get a reaction out of him on that one. Must have had to drop off. Darn, I waited too long.
He's there.
He's there. He's just asleep.
Oh, I might be tending with his brother too. Who knows? Anyway, it's a really fascinating one. If you want to get some deep dive details on Flex and the floppy controller and some of the stuff you can do with it itself and hiding files and directory structures, good video. Next up, Retro Relics, which is a YouTube page I've not seen before. And this is from the UK. Did a 20-minute video about a 16K extended PAL TR-80 color computer restoration he's doing. So I'll mention off the bat there, this is more about restoring the case from scratches and stuff because it's old and getting scratched up. You can see a dust cover on it. Didn't really help too much. But he also does stuff like he adds the composite audio video out to it as well to improve the quality of the picture from the original RF can. He also replaces the TR-80 label with the one actually we just showed earlier from Marco at that Retro 8-bit. That's where he got it, and he's got a replacement on here as well. And he also 3D prints a replacement Black Beauty joystick button and a replacement joystick stem. The latter one he actually had to make. So he had one of the ones where you could screw on the plastic, and he couldn't find any existing files for that. So he made his own. So if you guys need to replace that on your original Black Beauty joystick, you can now get the file, and he shows you where to get that. But basically, he ends up painting it a silvery gray to get rid of the blemishes and stuff. And actually, it doesn't look too bad. It's not quite correct to what the original was, but it's not bad. Let me just fast forward here. You can kind of just see what it looks like. And here's where he's just about to put the band, but you can see it's a bit shinier than normal.
In other words, he didn't go to Mercedes and get their gray.
Right.
No.
You need the metallic Mercedes gray from the 80s. It looks really nice.
Yeah. But this doesn't look bad. It's not horrible.
No, that's not bad. It's just not metallic, so it looks wrong.
Yeah. For us, it's all used to it. Yeah.
But it's an actual grey, not a silver.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not bad.
But the dyno table is period correct.
Do they still make those?
Apparently so.
Of course, we repainted this is one of the models that had the little plastic stick-ons that told you what the ports were rather than the embossed one like the original CoCo ones did. So you had to make replacement.
Hey, that looks like my Black Beauty.
Yeah, so Thingiverse has apparently the joystick button, the 3D print for that's already there if you guys had replaced the button.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that was there actually.
There was no file for the joystick stem.
So this one he had to design himself to get it working. And it's of course a different color. He's got a red one now.
Like the IEC power input.
The joystick.
Huh.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look too bad actually.
No, and it reminded me of the CP400 ones where they have the different colored joysticks for left and right, and you can do that now in the CoCo with that.
We identified this TRS-8
And it matches the fire button.
16K.
Yeah, actually it does. I never even thought of that. And he goes and tests a couple games just to make sure it's working. And had to pick some 16K games. So he played like Danger Ranger and Cuthbert Goes Digging and Penguin, which is a Penguin clone I've not seen before. I'll have to get some reviews on that. Dino Wars. Oh, I should mention I got in contact with Robert Kilgus, the author of Dino Wars, because I know Rick Adams and a few others pronounce it Dino Wars, after Dino on the Flintstones. And I asked Robert, I said, what is the official pronunciation? Because I don't know which one's right.
Dino.
Dino is exactly it. Yeah, that's what he said. He said Tandy never had an official one, but him and his wife, of course, is the voice of the dinosaurs, manipulated somewhat. And no, it's been Dino Wars since its first inception. Anyway, that's a pretty cool video. Yeah.
Dino's, yeah, it's a name.
Yeah, though I could see it. I mean, Flintstones was popular in the 60s, and it was, on at lunchtime, basically in the 70s and 80s when the CoCo was coming out. And I can see why some people would have just went with Dino, but yeah, it's definitely Dino.
There's a picture of a father and son playing Dino Wars on show.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't put it in the news per se, but I did see that. Yeah, they're having fun with the game there. And that is a game young kids love. I mean, I know a lot of adults kind of poo-pooed the game, including Rick and a few others. I like the fact it's scaled, like your dinosaur in real time. That was pretty cool. But I never did mind the game. I mean, it freezes up playing the sound samples because, of course, they didn't have a programmable interrupt timer, and they probably hadn't learned the H-sync trick that Nick and a few others use. But I always liked the game. It's not as good as skiing. I'll be first to admit that. But now, Sloopy, are you still on the call? Is that a resounding no, or is he just away from his mic?
Away from his mic.
Okay. Because Sloopy was actually in the chat here. I didn't catch this until the day after, unfortunately. But Justin Morgan, who's actually does his own podcast, and he's generally more of an Apple guy, I think. But he picked up a CoCo 2 at VCF East. And so he did some upgrades on it. He put the composite mod, the one that basically duplicates the Mark Data Products one. And he actually got it as a bundle. So he got the CoCo 2 64K extended basic with a speech sound pack. And he typed in the little program sample to get it to speak. And he was having fun with this. It's not the greatest sounding voice in the world, but he was literally typing in sentences, and he hadn't, read the manual. You have to figure out you have to do it phonetically. You have to spell certain things. So he's getting odd results and stuff, but he was having a blast. Like he got the vocal sentences, and he hadn't, read the manual. You have to figure out certain things. So he's getting odd results. Am I hearing something in the background, or is that me?
Me. Sorry.
Can you mute it?
Yep.
There you go. Thanks.
I can't pronounce its own name.
It can. He just spelled it phonetically wrong. Anyway, unfortunately, he doesn't have any joysticks. So at the end of the show, I think Mike Furman was actually in on this one as well. And Sleepy were both in the chat at the time. But I mean, Mikey's not a game player, so he doesn't know a lot about games. And Sleepy, of course, is more new to the CoCo, so he doesn't know a lot of the games, like which ones were on keyboard. And when I was watching it afterwards, I was going, I could name you like 3 dozen right off the top of my head you could have tried. But hopefully I'll be able to catch him, because he is planning on doing another CoCo stream at some point in the future. So hopefully I'll be able to catch it live this time. And if he needs any help, suggestions for games and stuff, I definitely will help him out in that. But it's cool to see somebody else kind of discovering the CoCo, for the first time, because he said, none of his friends had this. He knew it existed, but they never really tried it type thing. And, and had never played with speech sound pack. He hasn't even touched the sound part of it yet. He's only been doing the speech part. Doesn't have a multi-pack, so unfortunately I couldn't suggest like play Pitfall 2 if you want to really sound what it sounds like. Because basically you just have to type in the basic programs. But it was a 4-hour live stream of doing all this.
This guy said he didn't like the green screen at all.
Yeah. Even though we found out it's medically soothing, so I'll have to correct him on that too. But like I said, it's fun watching people new to the CoCo completely discovering some of its, it's not perfect. It's got its quirks, but also discovering there's some pretty cool things on it that you wouldn't have thought of back in the day. Next up, this is one that got announced late yesterday. So Pierre Sarrazin has announced CMOC version 0.1.83 has just been released. This includes adding an error message for multiply defined global variables and functions rather than just a warning. Fixed a build problem under OpenBSD. The is_space function now returns non-zero for \f and \v. Some of the CoCo 3 graphic functions no longer require a previous call to init CoCo support, and there's a list of them here on the screen. I won't read them all out here, but basically it's this entire chunk there. And reset palette no longer requires the basic ROMs to be present. So that is actually a fair bit of extra support for the CoCo 3 in specific on CMOC, which is cool. I haven't actually played with it to see how much CoCo 3 support's in there now, but if he's handling palettes and 8 screens and locate commands and stuff like that, then obviously he's getting further and further into it. So has anybody had a chance to play with the new one? Probably not, because it just got released yesterday, but Alan, I know you'd mentioned that you'd read about it a bit.
Yeah, I got it and built it and ran through the tests and got it all installed and stuff, but I haven't been able to build much yet.
Do you know what CMOC stands for?
If I did, I might not be able to tell you.
Yeah, mockery of C. I'm not. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna mention in the chat here. 8-bits in the basement said Curtis sent me lists and lists of keyboard games when I first got my CoCo. And yeah, and he only had 16K, so I had to restrict that list down. Whereas Justin actually has a 64K CoCo, so he can pretty well play anything that it keyboard controls. He's also got a CoCo SDC. I should mention that too. Anyway, if you guys have been using CMOC, I mean, CMOC is a C-like compiler, and it's getting closer and closer to actual C all the time, and now it's getting more and more graphic functionality and sound functionality for the CoCos. It's getting extra CoCo 3 support. It supports both running under Disk Basic and OS 9, so you can create programs for both operating systems on the CoCo, which is cool as well. It's constantly getting updated. I mean, it's constantly getting additions and bug fixes and all kinds of things. So it's robust. You will, if you report a bug, it will get fixed. So I would highly recommend it if you're into C programming.
All of the CoCo.io network routines are written in CMOC. So
yeah, most of the demos Brendan does for the CoCo VJ are written in CMOC as well. I mean, some are basic, but the hardcore ones are more written in CMOC. There's even some OS 9 games I've got on the current Nitrous 9 EOU that are written in CMOC. So.
And Pierre does listen to our show because I'd made a comment about when it compiled, it had all the debug info in it, and he fixed that like last release.
Yeah, that's right.
And yet Nick Marentes does not use this to make his wonderful programs, huh?
No, he's assembly, man. C's too slow for Nick.
He writes CMOC. He doesn't use it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to really get hair in your chest, then you got to use assembly. Hasn't worked for me yet. I still have no hair in my chest, but I have been using assembly.
I got the hair, still can't write assembly. So.
Yeah, he does it in binary.
Yeah, he hand codes it in with flipping switches on bits.
Actually, CMOC doesn't actually generate code; it generates LWASM assembler. So you could generate assembler and then go hand patch it.
Well, I think most C compilers do that. They just generate the assembly code and then they run it through an assembler.
Well,
I mean, even the C compiler in OS 9 does that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, most of all of them did. It wasn't until like before by the time the IBM PC came out where they started going direct. Turbo C from Borland was one that went
yeah, because it would make the compiling a lot faster, but you need a fair bit of RAM to do that, which is why we had to wait for a PC with a mega RAM or whatever.
Right.
In fact, I remember when the hot CoCo hack was to replace a sim in the Tandy C package with RMA, so you could do super duper drivers and stuff you couldn't do with the sim.
And then you start sneaking in R63, which is the 6309 version of it, and then you could throw in 6309 code too. I will mention Fred Provence has a question here. Have they fixed CMOC for Windows yet? Because I keep forgetting this is actually a cross compiler as well. You don't have to run it natively on the CoCo. Well, you can. I don't know. Does anybody know if I didn't even know there was some issues with the Windows version of CMOC?
I think Tormod had a Windows version, but I don't use it actually because I always use it under Linux.
Okay. I don't even know what the bug is that he's talking about. So, or maybe it just crashes. I have no idea.
I mean, right there on the screen at the very top, first paragraph, it runs under GNU Linux, other Unix like Darwin and Cygwin. There is no mention of.
So there's Cygwin issues.
Cygwin's under Windows though.
Cygwin's
right,
Windows.
That's the issue, I guess. Cygwin.
One thing you could do is go for Windows subsystem for Linux and just run Linux and then put the Linux version in that. Because from WSL, you can access the rest of the Windows file system. And if you're the same user
and vice versa,
you can just compile using the Linux version directly.
Right.
There you go, Fred. If you understood any of that, then you're ready to go.
That's a cool trick. My new favorite command for Windows is bash.
Hey, Fred, I just moved over to Windows 10 finally, and I'm getting really familiar with WSL too. So if you want some assistance with me getting that set up so you can compile under Ubuntu or Debian or something, and then pull it over to your Windows 10. Get a hold of me.
Cool. There you go, Fred. And I also would like to give a shout out to Pierre himself, the author, because he's got mentions here of our show. He mentions on November 19th, 2022 episode of CoCo Talk features an 8-minute discussion of this page, and then February 25th, 2023 of the CoCo Nation, which is what we're called now, features a 5-minute discussion that starts with the B-Graph library to draw graphics. So thanks for the shout out, Pierre. Okay, back to the MC10. Actually, before I get into this one, Alan, you'd mentioned in the pre-show that there's another announcement that just happened this morning that I didn't get a chance to catch up on. Do you want to kind of explain what that is?
So there is a retro basic cross environment called, you see it typed out as UG Basic. It's short for Micro Game Basic. And the programmer, Spotless Mind, has just posted at noon today version 1.14.1 of both Micro Game Basic and the IDE for it have been released on their site, and they have a link there. And it's microgamebasic.iwashere.eu. And it says this version collects all of the bug fixes and the corrections that have emerged in past months. And among the most important new features was added preliminary support for inline assembly and system calls. So if you've looked at Microgame Basic at all before, both of those things I know were requests. And then so that there's some initial support. I'm sure Spotless Mind is looking for some help testing that. And they're extremely responsive to bug fix requests and tickets that are put in through the Git system that they use. So yeah, give Microgame Basic a try. It tries to compile the basic code using stuff that's specific to take specific advantage of each of the retro platforms that it supports. So it's not like it's trying to make a one-size-fits-all least common denominator basic. Instead, like one comment I made was, oh yeah, the CoCo cursor works differently. And like a day or two later, they had implemented the CoCo cursor specifically on the CoCo side of things. So it's trying to give you some really good basic control over the specifics of each of the platforms that are supported. So that I thought was kind of cool. So yeah, new version's out. Grab it, give it a shot.
And it's a compiled basic, is it?
I believe so. Because what it's doing is it's building out different output targets assembled for each of the target machines. So like on the CoCo, it will dump out a CoCo disk, but on something else, it might dump out a cartridge image.
Yeah, looking at this diagram, like hopefully you guys are seeing this. I hope you did the switch share properly here, but I got on the UG Basic site here. And one of the things they have on the page here is, what is UG Basic? UG Basic is a isomorphic and open source language fully documented and designed to develop portable programs without sacrificing efficiency. With a single source, it is therefore possible to create games for numerous 8-bit platforms. And there's a little diagram here as you like running on a modern machine, programmed.bas, run it through the compiler, and it creates a native executable. And they show some sample machines here, including the C64, the Spectrum, the Atari 400, 1200, etc. They don't show the CoCo in this particular one here, but that's now in there as well. But since it's saying native executable, I'm assuming it's actually compiling it right down to assembly.
And packaging.
Yeah, packaging it for the disk formats. Yeah.
But the fact it says it's for games, does it add extra functionality like in the basic?
Yeah, it's not Microsoft Basic based.
No, this is do things like build screens and movable objects and things like that.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
They have some samples here showing Space Invaders games on the Atari 400, the C64. Here's a fast animation sample video on a Thompson MO6. That's a 689 system, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
All right, let's see what that looks like then. Well, it probably gives a bit of an idea speed-wise. That's not bad. Not doing too much yet, but ColecoVision target. Here's, we see the peephole optimizer for the 6809 in action on an Olivetti Prodest PC128. I don't even know what that is. Better read that, guys. I don't know if that's.
Olivetti made printers.
Yeah, that's what I'm familiar with them with. I had no idea they made a computer, especially a 6809 one. Native multitasking, it says it has. I like it already. Now we're cooking with gas.
Is there anywhere a list of all the commands you have available to you?
Yeah, I was just trying to see here.
Be good to see what they actually do.
Like a manual. Yeah.
Right.
User manual.
Examples.
Keyword.
Oh, shoot, I just saw keyword list.
There's a keywords list as well, yeah. Whether that's got
bank and okay, so they have compressed data, it looks like. Bitmap clear, enabled, disable. Brown, that must be a Commodore 64 command there, because that's basically their color set. Isn't it?
Image.
Canadian screen, that must have the proper spellings of words. So. C line, C move, collision, so that must be sprite collision detection, I'm imagining. Color sprite.
The 64.
So if you don't have sprites, it must emulate them.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
Wow, that's what I'm wondering. Does it actually also add sprites on machines that don't have sprites or hardware sprites?
I would say yes from the looks of it, but
scroll up. Is it?
I've never
checked?
tried it.
Are the check marks significant or sprites?
Oh
checked?
yeah, maybe. Yeah. What does the check mark mean?
Does that mean if it has a check, we all get it, and if it doesn't, some of us don't? That would be.
No, this keyword has been tested in an example file because they do have some example source code.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we all potentially have these things.
Potentially.
And this is a cross compiler, so I mean, it can use as much memory trying to figure out all the stuff that it needs. You don't have to try to cram it into an 8-bit space for the compiler to run. So,
is there a command called sprite or something?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Was there?
Yeah, in the S's you have do
color
sprite this and
sprite
do sprite
command
that.
itself, sprite
Yeah,
add,
there it
sprite
is.
color, sprite compress, sprite data from.
So I'm wondering, is that supported on the CoCo?
Boundaries? That would be really
That'd be
cool if it was. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it'll work for the 64 or some of those others, but
You're right. It's not.
there you go.
It's not supported on the Atari either. Why not?
Yeah, because they have hardware sprites.
Yeah.
No, they have player missile graphics.
Yeah, hardware sprites under a different name, basically.
All documentation is 100% accurate all the time.
Of course.
Let's try and find something else here. So
Keep in
Circle, I'm
mind, the
imagining they
CoCo
would do and everything.
support for this was
Circle
just
should be,
added
yeah.
recently.
Dragon
They did not
32,
have all
64,
the documentation
Andy.
going.
Yeah, like here, I looked at the Circle command, for example, here, and it's supporting the CoCo and the Dragons.
So we really need one of these with all the stuff checked off for the different systems where,
Yeah.
okay, CoCo has this, but only Commodore 64.
Yeah,
has
Alan,
that.
do you know if they have a breakdown like that to show what's available
Yeah,
currently on
that'd
each
be good,
platform?
yeah.
Sorry.
Because I'd be interested, like, are they just more supporting basically the same thing that Extended Basic supported, but with optimized routines? Or have they started actually
Yeah, it
implementing a lot of
almost
stuff
looks like
that's...
it's tapping into the basic to get routines
Yeah, I sure hope
from
not, because
basic.
that'd be like
Well,
the
that
other
would be-
compilers we already have that aren't that much better than...
The really cool thing is that there's a whole channel for Microgame Basic on the Discord, and the developer is active in the channel and reading it. So this would be a great place to post all those
And
questions.
that's where discoverability on Discord sucks.
Exactly.
But now that you've told us, we know. That's because we have too darn many channels. Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry, Mark. Let's see what play it is.
I wasn't offended.
let's see what play does.
A
Yeah,
channel
that
for
comment,
everything and everything all over
Coco's
the
not
place.
even there.
yeah,
Nope,
that
not in there either.
comment was for the complaint about too many channels channel.
Yeah.
So in other words, they're trying to support a sound chip, and of course the CoCo is out.
Now, horizontal scroll on the other end is on the Dragon and the CoCo. So they do have some nice things in there that are not standard
Horizontal scroll. I wonder what sort of a scroll.
Well, it says the scroll is always in the
hardware?
direction from right to left. So with a displacement of 0, the screen is exactly as it would be without scrolling, while the value is 7 will scroll at 7 pixels to the left. So it's a pixel
7
accurate scroll in one direction only.
Pixels. Okay.
Hopefully it's optimized for byte boundaries there too, because pixel scrolls can be a lot slower.
All right, so there's your platformer game scroll right there.
But it means he does have some, graphics commands that are on the CoCo that are beyond extended basic, which is good. At least he's going in the right direction.
Nice.
But if there's no sprite support at this point, that's not really a great game language for the CoCo at this point. Not yet.
Is there
it's working. It's on its way.
Is there a
Let's try the tiles.
copy?
Maybe that.
Yeah. See what tiles.
Yep, tiles are on the CoCo and the
There
Dragon.
you go.
Okay, I take that back. It actually does have some stuff
Look
in,
up
in for
get
games.
and put.
Well, that's his
Maybe they've
get put buffers, I guess. Right?
Get image
Get image
on the CoCo.
Well, that's on the CoCo. Get an image.
Yeah, you
from
get
a
to name it. You
specific-
name the buffer, like airplane in this example, and from 10,10.
Yeah.
Now, how does it know
yeah.
the size? Is a question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I guess we got to see some examples really that use it
He did have some. I thought I saw somewhere here.
on the CoCo.
Examples. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, that's just the video and examples. I was hoping for source code
Yeah, I
listings.
think that's all the stuff you saw before.
Anyway, it definitely looks interesting. The fact that it's cross-platform, it's kind of like the Inafudo type thing where you can write the code once and then maybe minor tweaks or no tweaks at all, have it running on like a dozen or 2 dozen different platforms. And it looks
What
like,
does the word-
as Alan mentioned, he's constantly updating it. He's been fixing bugs as they've been presented to him. He's already got tile support in for the CoCo and the Dragons, it looks like, which is already beyond, regular basic. It's capable of screen scrolling and stuff like that too. So hopefully we'll get to the point of having the software sprites at some point, because it looks like the sprite commands are not enabled on the CoCos yet. But, it's a work in progress, so that's expected, right?
What does the word isomorphic mean?
One of you math wizards or something's gonna have to tell me.
Basically, what it means is that it's not trying to be the lowest common denominator. That's what I was trying to skip over earlier, is that it's trying to take specific advantage of the specific capabilities of the targets.
Oh, okay, so it would know that a C64 has a hardware sprite chip that's capable of doing sprites of these sizes with 4 colors at once type thing.
Right.
And use the hardware to its advantage. So on the CoCo 3, you should be able to do scrolling, in any direction based on the gimme being able to do it once he gets to that point.
Wow. It depends, because he says Tirosati color, so he might be using the old CoCo 1 and 2 as a reference, not the 3.
Yeah, but he could add that in later, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, later.
It's like I'm sure the VIC-20 and the C64 are quite a bit different too, even though they're both 6510 or 6502 base machines. Yeah, I might have to. Well, I need more projects, but one of you has to download and try this and show us it live in a demo, I think.
So Erico has been working with this and has been working on some game ideas using it, and is also active in the UG Basic channel.
Okay, has he actually got some demos that he's shown you guys, or?
Yeah, he's had some a little while back. It's been a little quiet recently because I think some of the new capabilities that come out, he's getting set up to test those.
Okay. I would like to actually see, if somebody actually has some time to sit down with it and give it a try, like Erico, to come on the show maybe for a half-hour demo and just kind of show what it's capable of so far, what direction it's going. Maybe run the same code on a couple different emulators for different machines to kind of show how it handles, a ColecoVision versus a CoCo or something like that, just to see what the differences are. I'd like to see that, and I just don't have the time to actually pursue that myself, unfortunately. But if he's making it targeted to the assembly compiler level on every single platform with its own strengths for each platform, I think that would be a pretty darn good thing to give it a shot and see how fast it runs. Cool. Okay, I'll switch back and switch the share here again. Okay, so you guys should be seeing a nice green screen that says RAM end of an arctangent routine at the end. Hopefully sharing the right window.
Indeed, we do.
I'm feeling relaxed. Yep.
Yeah, it's all green. Everything's calm and soothing now. Okay, so this is a Jim Gary port of a program called Skyscape, and Ron Delvaux will like this one if he's still on the call. It's originally by Robert M. Simons from Compute Magazine, the November 1985 issue. The original version of this in Compute was actually for the TI-9948. That's the one that Jim converted from. And it's basically an astronomy program that displays a sky map of the planet, sun, moon, and Halley's Comet based on the date and latitude that you give it. I know there's a version, astronomy program that's kind of a high-res version of this. It's available under EOU as a free giveaway. But this is kind of a text low-res version of it. So I'll demonstrate a little bit of it. So you enter the year, day, month here to get the date, and then the latitude, and then you can verify it. And it gives you some text-based information on where you would find things in the sky, the various planets, etc. But then it actually does kind of a low-res graphics representation here, kind of showing you in the plane on the horizon where it would show up in the sky relative to where you are, depending what time of the night it is, etc. So if you're into astronomy, it'd be a cool little program to run on your MC10.
Planet Engine is the one for the CoCo 3, right?
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
That's it.
So, Ron, are you going to try you got MC10s. Are you going to try this with the Delvaux Observatory?
Did this just come out? He just did this because there
Yes.
is one in the catalog of stuff.
It's very cool.
It does different, maybe it does different things, but I remember playing with it a little bit.
Yeah, he just brought it out yesterday, literally.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
There's the guy
on screen.
Anyway, Ron, if you want to report back to us, give that a try and maybe give us a review of it.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to-
Before the end of the show, please.
Did you really find the planet there when you looked?
Nick, where we are, it's not dark outside. You can't really
okay.
do this. Okay, and there's actually a fair bit of Dragon news this week. So the first one here, Jillian Brown, who's been doing the Dragon 32 duplicate motherboard. Well, Kieran's been doing the Dragon 64. He says, while I'm on a roll, I've roughed out the PCB layout for the Mark II Dragon 32 board using Stuart Orchard's schematics. Now, Stuart Orchard obviously been a guest on our show a couple of times, once with the Big Dragon special, and then again going through some of the games he wrote back in the 80s himself, and even some ones he's done more recently, like Return of the Beast, which is one of the best four-way scrolling shooters I've seen on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon 3264, to be honest. Great sound effects, etc. So basically, I'm not sure what exactly the differences are between the original Dragon 32 motherboard and the Mark II, but now he's got versions of this for both of these up that you can actually take a look and download. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you can go grab them. The link to it is actually on the Dragon 32 owners group site on Facebook. And there's also a direct link here to a GitHub. Next up, John Whitworth of Dragon Plus Electronics. Now, at the top of the screen, it says the store is currently closed to illness because he's going through cancer treatment stuff. Now, he said it is actually kind of open right now. He's not making a ton of new stuff, but he has got some stuff back in stock as he can get to them. So there are 6 items that you can actually get, at least as of when he wrote this post on Facebook. And he basically says he has slightly reduced range of items. How long it will stay open depends on how his treatment goes. Currently, it's going good. Hopefully, it keeps going that way. We're definitely rooting for him. So he mentions that the power supply unit replacement, the Ujima Flip 2020, the Super Sprite FM Plus, which works on the CoCos as well, the lowercase board, the pull-up board, and 63C09E and SAM chips are all available right now that you can actually order on the store here, and you can see the prices here in British pounds. So if any of you need any of those kinds of things, or the Super Sprite FM Plus board, which, like I said, works on the CoCos as well, and of course 609 chips will work on the CoCo as well too. So there's another alternative source for those. So if you have a Dragon, or if you're in the UK and have Dragons over there, then some of these parts are actually back in stock. I don't know how long this will last, but now's your chance to go get them if you can.
Curtis, did you ever play around with a Dragon?
I've played around with them when they've been at CoCo Fests and Rainbow Fests, but I've never owned one, and I didn't have anybody local here that actually owned one.
So
I've
like,
only seen them in Chicago.
What's your opinion of them? I mean, just, from what you know.
They're a better CoCo 2, honestly. The keyboard's better even than the late CoCo 2 ones. They're basic. It lets you use more of the RAM for basic programs, I think up to almost 40K on the 64. Their disk drive system, while not compatible with ours, was actually a better one, honestly. They did screw up the VSync on the Dragon 64, as Nick well knows. That's a bit of a minus. But it seemed to be a solidly built machine. It was actually one of the top 5 sellers in the UK for the second half of 1982. It competed well with the Spectrum and the C64, beating it several times, depending on what particular week you picked on sales. So it was doing quite well. I mean, it was a good machine. It just the head company that owned it had some problems, and then they also pulled an Osborne and announced something a little too early that sales kind of dropped while they were still had a ton of stuff in inventory. So they had inventory control problems. The company wasn't managed all that well, from what I understand, but I think the hardware is pretty good. And like I said, the keyboards, it's the Mark Data Products keyboard basically. And you have one of those, I think, Ron, so you know how well that works compared to the regular keyboards. I quite liked them. I remember seeing them in Color Computer News and Rainbow when they were first announced becoming the Tano version of it, and there was a few people interested in it, but then didn't last too long, unfortunately.
Do you think the Dragon is one of the most famous clones, or similar as CoCo 2 than like the CP 400 or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah, by numbers, it's got to be.
Yeah. Although the CP400 and the Brazilian ones could be direct clones with no repercussions, so I guess that they'd be even more compatible than the Dragon is. Although it's easy enough to target both.
Well, except for a few odd differences, like the cartridge slot was different, so you couldn't put a CoCo cartridge unless you stripped it out of the shell,
or put on an extender cable like Brian Weisler has.
Right, but the Dragon, I mean, from looking at the serial numbers, and as far as I know, theirs are accurate. It sounds like between the 32 and the 64, they probably sold about 500,000 all told, which, for selling just in the UK and Europe, basically, they sold, few thousands here in the North America, but basically it sold pretty well. I mean, most of the sales was within a 2-year span too. So,
whereas I understand Brazil was very much a walled garden, nothing came in and not really much went out. Right. So,
from what I've read, basically they put high import tariffs on electronics and technology. And it basically encouraged companies to buy stuff, then reverse engineer it, and then sell it. And then, of course, they protected those companies from
getting
Apple
sued
and whoever else from getting sued.
But then they have a Brazilian version of things that nobody else would want unless they couldn't get a CoCo. So it kind of stayed in Brazil, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. It was they were all to themselves. They had a direct clone of the Macintosh, the early Macintoshes, ROMs and all.
Yep. No, I think if they tried to sell too many of those computers outside of Brazil where copyright rules weren't as lax, they probably would have been sued right as soon as they crossed the border type thing. So
black helicopters.
That was more of a Brazilian market unique to itself because of the laws they had regarding copyright and trademarks that were more copyright, I guess, or for basically they could duplicate anything they wanted to hardware wise and not worry about consequences because the Brazilian government would protect them.
Now, Russia didn't do anything 6809, did it?
I'm sure they did. I just don't know if they did a CoCo or Dragon clone.
Bulgaria was the Silicon Valley of Russian stuff. The province was the Apple clone, and they had all versions of it. I don't know if they did the Apple II GS, but Apple IIe, the Apple IIs, Apple II Plus were all cloned. And they had other clones too, especially Z80 machines, and even like PDP computers were cloned. I assume they'd have something like the CoCo, but maybe not.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they didn't have a CoCo 1 or 2 style clone. I don't think the 3 would have happened there, but there's also the sample from, was it South Korea? I think did the sample, which is another CoCo clone. That I remember seeing a picture for it in an ad in Byte, but I've never seen one in person. Another one based on the Motorola reference design. So yeah, there was multiple clones kicking around.
It's a TPD or whatever it's called.
Well, that was actually Radio Shack, just under a different brand name. Okay, next up we have John with again, this time talking about he's finished replicating the JCB speech cartridge, which I'm assuming is basically kind of like an SSP for the Dragon market. He doesn't plan on manufacturing them, but he will upload to the GitHub once it is finalized, the schematics for it. And he's got a bit of a mock-up here. You can see in the circuit diagrams, etc. I'm not familiar with this one. If Kieran's still in the chat, he can maybe mention, is it using a better speech chip than the CoCo sound speech back from Tandy did? He might have been using the one like, what was the one that sang? Super Voice?
Well, it says right on there, it has an SPO 256.
Yeah, 0256, which is the same as the Tandy speech one. So
was that the same? Okay, I couldn't remember the chip number.
I
So.
think that's the same one, isn't it? Okay. In other words,
yes, it is. That's the narrator.
Yeah. In other words, it sounds like a Dalek.
Oh, so Justin Morgan would have had a blast listening to that one too then. He was having fun with that. He was punching in everything, suggestions from the chat. Like, I think he was planning on demonstrating the speech for like 2 or 3 minutes. He ended up going on for like 45 because he was having so much fun with it, which is good to see.
It was recently pointed out to me that the sound speech pack sounds a lot like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'll
so
be
if
back.
you just put in, stuff,
all of his catchphrases,
stuff that he said in various movies, you can judge for yourself whether that's true.
You know, now that you mention that, I never thought of it, but I think that would be right. I think that would actually work. I'll have to try that. I'll be back and give me your clothes. Your clothes, give them to me.
Which then folds around to. Does the person who did the movie copy the sound of early speech packs as Arnold's
when did the Terminator
voice?
come out? Was that 81?
85.
No, it was way before that. Terminator 2 is around 85, wasn't it?
No, it was a bit later, wasn't it?
No.
Have you guys seen Schwarzenegger in all different kinds of new situations? The younger him, like Sound of Music. They got his face on the lady.
Oh, you mean people using AI to?
Yeah,
AI,
which is why all of Hollywood's on strike right now.
1984.
84. There you go.
This is pretty funny.
Now, Mark Siegel's saying not a lot of choice back in 83. Now, the speech sound pack, if I remember correctly, didn't show up until 84 from Tandy, if I remember. There was a couple new ones out by then, but depending on how early the design work on it was.
Design lead time.
Yeah.
Right.
And Tandy would have a longer one than a lot of these third-party companies would have. But I remember I think it was Super Talker or something like that. They had the ads from Colorware that they would actually sing in at 4,086 pitches, and it did much better speech. Still not quite as good as, say, the one that the TI-99 did, but
that was the Votrax 2.
Yeah, these are Votrax 1s basically, aren't they?
Well, no, the Votrax 1 was the one like Real Talker and those kinds of things. Then there's the one that sings is the upgraded version of the Votrax 1 called it's like the SPS 262 or something like that, but it's basically the Votrax 2.
The Model 1 talked, didn't it?
What's that?
The Model 1.
Yeah, it had a third-party add-on to do that, or you could do the digitized speech like Speak Up by Computize did on the CoCo. It's totally in software.
I think that was a Votrax, wasn't it? Or Votrax 1?
Yeah, the Votrax was the one for the Z80 versions of the Tandys. Like the Model 1, 2, or Model 1, 3, and 4. That's a Votrax 1.
Yeah, that's that big speech box or whatever they sold.
Got a comment from Tom Eric Gunderson, who lives in Europe, and he says, I don't think the 609 was cloned in Eastern Europe like the Z80 or Z80 was in East Germany. That's the reason for all the Specky clones, because apparently they were cloning the CPU itself, never mind the motherboards. But the 609 was not cloned as far as he knows. Interesting, I didn't know that.
I wonder if they just couldn't get into it. You know,
Well, it's a more complex chip. I mean, there's a lot more.
Right. It was a lot more
transistors on it, so-
expensive even here. So
Yeah, that was the one thing that killed the
Z80.
6809. Actually, was it was so expensive compared to 6502 or 6800 or Z80, Z80.
It's-
Sorry.
you know, it's funny that Apple went with the chip they did because it seems like the trend for Apple stuff is always expensive things.
No, the
These
trend for
days.
Apple is to get their stuff cheap and sell it for expensive.
right.
They have huge markups.
And so a 6502 was the perfect CPU for an Apple because it cost $30 instead of 300.
I'm sure they got
Remember,
it
it
down to
came out in
$15 in quantity.
77.
Well, what about today? None of their stuff's cheap, is it?
Wash, rinse,
processor-
repeat.
It's more competitive than it used to be for the level of
I mean,
CPU and
let's-
GPUs they're giving in them now. They're ranked fairly high.
Well,
So you'd
and
have to get. Go ahead.
I was going to say, take that $30 CPU and consider that the bare board cost $666. And
Oh, it's the Apple One.
that day's
Apple
money.
One, yeah.
So, yeah, the markup was always pretty good.
Because the reason they split off and created the 6502 from ex-engineers from Motorola, if I remember correctly, was because the 6800 was priced too high and they wanted to do a bit of a dumbed down one to make it a lot cheaper. And Motorola said, nope.
Right.
The field engineer was named Chuck Peddle, and he worked for Motorola, and he went out and demoed the 6800. And pretty much what got the feedback was, yeah, that's nice, but $200 is too expensive. Could we get something for maybe 1/10 that? And he said, okay, and went back and told his bosses, yeah, it's a good idea, but nobody wants to buy it at this price. And so when there was a falling out and they moved from Arizona to Texas, I think that division, basically Chuck and 7 other engineers left and went to MOS Technologies in Pennsylvania. And then they built the 6501 and the 6502.
Yep. And it became one of the best selling CPUs ever.
Because they priced it at the right price.
Yeah.
Right.
Imagine
And it got
that.
used by Ataris, it got used by Commodores, it got used
Yep.
by Apples, it got used by
And
a ton of
Ohio-
them.
Well, that was the
late.
late 70s CPU to have.
Right.
All those
Well, and
computers
it-
were late 70s.
Yeah.
And the reason it was cheap is because it was easy to make.
Yeah, there was a new process that MOS Tech had just bought all the process machines for that Motorola had not upgraded their process machines to yet. So the one of the things that made the 6502 so cheap to make was that the new process, you got so many more working CPUs
called the
out
high
of each
yield.
wafer you
Yeah.
cooked.
Yeah.
Whereas
Right.
they were getting up into the 80 and 90% wafer
Mhm.
worked on
Yeah, it was,
the
if I remember, the
process.
6800 was like around 40-50 or something, wasn't it?
It was
Or maybe
it's
even
like
lower.
20 to 30 on.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. So you're literally throwing away 4 out of
6800.
every 5 because they don't work.
Right.
And don't forget, they cloned a CPU. They didn't design it right from the start. Motorola had to
Right.
design the 6800. 650 MOS cloned it and made the
Right.
6501.
Yeah, it's not totally a clone. I mean, the 6501 was designed to be pin compatible, and that one got
Yeah.
basically taken out because it was pin compatible.
But I guess
But-
the point would be there might have been a little die stripping going on and looking at what worked on Motorola's design
no,
and what didn't.
one of the developers brought a bunch of Motorola documentation, even though Chuck Peddle had
Okay.
told them not to.
Mhm.
And that came up in court, which is why the 6501 went away and the 6502 appeared, was to satisfy okay, you need to do it again, but without our docs this time. And that was part of the court settlement for that.
Cool.
Mark
Okay.
Siegel said that Motorola said no because of all the military contracts. That kind of makes sense, but you can only sell so many to the military, whereas nobody realized broad appeal was going to be a broad appeal. And, the mass
Yeah, 'cause I'm
market.
trying to remember the timetable. 1600 was
right.
a 1974 chip, wasn't it? Or was it even
Or
earlier?
75. I think it was 75. It might have been
Of course,
74.
6800 was 74.
And 6502 is 75. I remember.
809 was like
79,
1979.
78,
79.
roughly. Yeah.
Of course, the flip side is you don't have to sell very many to the military to make your yearly return.
So
The
the
thing too is you can also have
C64
different.
The C64 wouldn't be possible without Motorola.
Basically, Apple, the Atari,
Oh.
and the Commodore are all directly responsible because of
Yeah, based on the 1600 originally. And then
Yeah.
Well, that kind of makes me feel good.
Right?
Yeah, and that military contract thing is kind of important in the fact that CPUs or chips or electronics in general designed for the military have a lot more stringent requirements for certain things.
Yep.
That to comply with that and to be able to deliver the contract, you spend more to make it. So
well, plus I think that's where that failure rate is because they're, like you said, they're very strict. It has to be able to handle like radiation and heat and certain things above
Temperature.
and beyond.
Yeah,
And to make sure that everything on a wafer worked, I mean, you are going to get a 30, 40, or sorry, 60, 70% failure rate.
60, 70, 80.
Most of your
I
ICs
wonder-
come either commercial grade or they come in industrial grade, which has wider temperature ranges, or military grade, which have extreme temperature ranges and durability and maybe radiation. No.
Yeah, and Frank has mentioned at Retro Rewind that the 609s he's getting are military source chips because of that.
Oh wow,
they're still made. Okay, that makes sense.
I wonder
Also,
if they ever did.
Chico saying he also added on to that. He said the I'm assuming 6800, 6809. I'm not sure which one he's referring to, but he said was used as a guidance computer for ICBMs.
That's why they still make them today.
Failure is really not an option.
No, you don't want that to
I mean,
Right.
until the impact, and then it's all over.
Right. Then you can fail, but yeah.
Yeah.
Till then.
And Mikey, he mentions the Macintosh prototype had a 609 CPU. That's absolutely true. The first one that Jeff Raskin devised in 1981 was running a Motorola 6809, 2 megahertz, with a smaller graphics screen, if I remember correctly, but basically still black and white. And they did a couple prototypes of it, and then they decided to bump it up to 68,000, which of course Motorola was releasing the same time the 609 was released. But that was also more expensive.
They discovered Puyan wouldn't look good on it.
Right. Still black and white. Puyan looks like crap.
I don't know. The color set they picked on the CoCo, it still looks like crap. But anyway. Anyway, back to the news. Okay, so that covers that
That's
sound chip, which is
sound
where we started that.
cartridge.
This is a bit of an interesting one. So John Linney reported that he's found some 8-inch discs, and I think John was one of the guys that worked at Dragon 2. And he thinks they're likely for the Motorola Exercise or the Exerterm that has the source code for Microsoft's Dragon Extended Basic dated from May 26, 1983 on an 8-inch disc. And the Exerciser used 8-inch discs. This was the cross-development system that Motorola, it was actually a hardware platform based on a 6800 that could assemble for the 6800 or the 6809. And in fact, some of the original developers for the CoCo before the CoCo was released and the 69 was basically a brand new chip to Tandy, they used these systems to actually create the first software for the initial launch titles for the CoCo, because of course there's no assemblers, there's nothing else available at that point. I'm trying to remember, do you remember, Alan, or anybody else has gone through the Dragon's Microsoft Extended Basic source code was posted, we covered the last couple of weeks? Do you remember the dates of those? Because this sounds like it's a later version that might include some more of the Dragon changes that were done afterwards.
Well, the thing is that the source code that's already been posted, it says copyrights 82, but I believe it had 83 dates on it as well. So this is along the same lines, but there may be other parts of files and things on there that weren't in the final piece that got printed out, because there were some missing pieces. Those missing pieces may be on these discs is kind of the idea.
Now, why couldn't he have turned it sideways?
I want to introduce my theory. You can judge the date of unknown software by the quality of the handwritten text on it. This text is very nice. This person obviously learned to write in school. If you see source code from the 2000s, handwritten labels don't look like this.
If you even have handwritten labels. Mark Siegel says, yeah, we had 2 of them at Tandy, but Microsoft Basic was not on this machine. Yeah, that I can understand. But they would have needed something to create the original carts. And like I said, I know Robert Kilgus and I think the image producers had both mentioned that they'd used these at some point for the initial, 6 launch titles for the CoCo, the original cartridges. Okay, and then next one up. And the last one, this is another channel I've not seen before on YouTube called Bill Fixes Everything. He's going to have a forever channel doing that. But basically, this one here, he's got 2 Dragon 32s. One's fairly yellowed, one's fairly pristine, and he's fixing the power button on it. And then he does some testing, playing some games and stuff on it. The switch itself is basically it's just got a bunch of crud and dirt, so you had to basically clean the switch itself. It's not one of the ones you can easily take apart. But I thought I'd play a little bit just because it's a brand new channel we haven't seen before.
So this time round, we've got.
Oh, he's in the UK. I forgot to mention.
Now, I'm not really familiar with these computers.
Is that loud enough for you guys?
Growing up,
it's a little low.
but no one had
yeah,
one.
so it sounds a
near
little
me.
low here.
And it's a shame, really, because they are lovely little computers. It's basically a Tandy CoCo, slightly modified software in it, so it's not 100% compatible, but damn is near, about 99.9%. Little cartridge port on the side there. So I have this one, as you can see, it has a little bit of a suntan to it. And
Looks
then I've
like
got
a
this
dragon
nice box
breathed
one
on
as
it.
well, which has a bit of an issue, and this is the one we're going to be looking at more today. You can see spec-wise, 6809 processor, 32 cav RAM.
We all know
Microsoft
that stuff. I can
Basic,
skip ahead a bit
professional
here.
keyboard, basic training manual, 9-color display. Again, rather than look at a teardown thing, I just kind of like to have a go myself and then just spray it in there. It's a fairly sealed switch, so you can't really take it apart and have a good go at it. So what I thought I'd do, I just spray some of this in there, just give it a couple of actions backwards and forwards, spray some more in there. And what this does, it will just kind of dissolve any crud or rubbish that's got in there over the years, and just
It's a damn scary
hopefully
design,
make
by the
good
way.
contact again. So again, just giving it a
Why
few
do you say that?
actions, and then
You're depending on all of
give it a
these
little wiggle
8
as well, just to
individual
make sure
contacts.
clears
It's
all
like
that
an
crud out.
8-pole double throw switch
So the good
to
thing
all
with
work
contact
all the
cleaner
time.
is it'll clears
Every time.
itself after about 5-10 minutes. It just evaporates. You can see I'm using my professional vacuum
The elephant
cleaner
vacuum.
out the case.
No, that's his secret.
Yeah.
No, I wonder.
I've
if
never
Dragon-
seen one of those before.
And as you can see, lots of
So I wonder if
lots
Dragon
of dust and rubbish is built
produced-
up in.
because the power supply is a separate, in fact, the power supply, the modulator, the stuff that would be region specific is on a separate board. I wonder if they did that with plans of selling it into other regions.
Well, they did. I mean, the Tano, obviously is getting sold in North America, and they have to change power supply there from 220 to 115 or whatever it is. And as far as the video stuff goes, I mean, they were planning on selling it, CCAM for France, et cetera, too. So I think there was plans for that.
It is a slick design. It really is.
And he puts it back together. No, I didn't show it earlier, and I won't show it here. But basically, here you can turn it on and off, and it actually goes on and off when it's supposed to. When he originally plugged in this second one here, if you just lightly rubbed your finger up against the power switch without actually pressing it, it would just shut the machine off and on constantly.
Yippies.
So that's what he did, the spraying thing, and it worked. It actually totally solved the problem. So
The Tano has a switch on the power supply for turning it on.
what do you mean?
There's a
On the brick?
On the brick?
Yeah, it says power supply and off and on, and there's no switch on the machine
Computer itself?
That was
Yeah.
probably to get away from this horribly complex multi-pole switch that's turning the power on, which might not bring all the power rails up together.
Well, I'll tell
Especially
you,
after it gets a little dirty and you have to deoxid it to just get the thing to boot.
the switch on the power supply is crappy.
Well, it's a bad design because there's a whole bunch of switches all connected to one button that have to all work together.
Yeah.
And as they get dirty, maybe they don't all quite work in the right order all at once. And things crash for no reason.
It was a new channel, and I had not seen before. And he said this is the first dragons he's really done anything with, but he remembers hearing about them when he was young. I just didn't know anybody around him that had one. So if you want to check it out, definitely it's worth giving him a few watches and stuff there to get his numbers up a bit there for covering the dragons. So, and that's it for the news for this week.
Wake up, everyone.
Curtis?
Oh, sorry, Mark. Did we wake you?
Yeah, the cat keeps biting me, so I'm lost more blood today than anything else.
Oh, geez. Take your iron pills.
Too frisky of a cat today.
Yeah, the switch on the back of my Tano is a channel 3, channel 4 switch. And the one he was
That's
playing
the,
with is the on and off switch.
I mean, they've used a similar kind of switch on all the CoCos.
Yeah.
Not
So-
really, though. If you look at the Dragon switch, it has a whole bunch of contacts.
Yeah, a lot more of them.
And the CoCo only has a few. The whole power supply always comes up at once because you're turning it on all at once. I don't understand all of the things going on. It looks like an old walkie-talkie where they switched between transmitter and receiver by changing all the circuitry around with the push-to-talk button that ran all the way across the circuit board. If any of you old guys remember those things.
I remember them, but I don't understand all this hardware talk. I remember you pressed a button to talk.
Oh. Well, that was about everything that's everything that was on the list. Anything else going on?
No, I already talked about the 3 interviews we have coming up. I'm still trying to line up some other ones too. There's some special stuff to talk about possibly in a few weeks once everything's verified and everything's happened that we might be able to talk about. I can't say anything until that's all finished, unfortunately. So
I got a question for you. The other day I was looking at Multiview, the thing that came in, and what was the idea of Multiview so that was the graphical part, like?
Yeah, graphical shell, basically the icons to click instead of having to type in commands.
Why was it so different than Deskmate?
Well, so okay, I've just wrote a program in Windent menus or multi-view menus or whatever you want to call it, and for my basic program, I can just specify windows that look just like multi-view shows you in very little code, and you can click on them with the mouse and do what you want to do. You don't have to write any of that stuff. You just say, hey, OS 9, I want 3 menus. I want them to do these things and return me these commands if anyone clicks on them. And then you're done. OS 9 will tell you, hey, someone clicked on this or they hit the Alt-G hotkey and you know what to go do. You don't have to write any of that stuff. Where Deskmate had to do everything itself. It did the menus, it did the programs, it did everything. That's why it was so limited, because
I'll be honest, Ron, I think if Multiview had been ready, and it was late, it didn't come out, I think, until the beginning of '88. It was a year off schedule. If they had that ready before Deskmate for the CoCo 3 was written, they probably would have used it in Deskmate 3 because it would have made their coding a lot smaller and a lot simpler.
And a lot nicer looking. Yeah.
Yeah, because the words Multiview is kind of alluring, like it's like something I'd want,
Yeah, I think it was too far late. Like they barely got the graphics driver running by the time OS 10 Level 2 was released at the beginning of 1987. Like it actually finally came out January roughly, unless you had Rogue, and then you got the earlier version that was a bit buggy. But Multiview, they were expecting to be out within 6 months of that, and it took a year, and I think that's why. Like Tandy didn't really sell any programs that used the Multiview graphical interface. I think it was basically third party.
I was about to ask that.
Right. Yeah. In fact, I think Planet Engine was the first program I ever saw that used that Windows system outside of the Multiview interface itself.
Yeah, and
I saw Sophie. Zach Sessions used it on a couple of his games later on. Probably
like
at the same time as Planet Engine.
Was it M Shell or something like that used it? There were a few
Alan Huffman did his own text shell, but yeah, M Shell and a few others I think used it. But yeah, Tandy themselves never did, which is kind of odd. They created this windowing system and then promptly did nothing with it.
Right.
Yeah. What did Home Publisher use? It had its own.
That was
as well,
its own custom direct write to, or not even direct write. It was using legal calls to write to the 2-color screen.
Cheating like hell.
That's a great program.
Yeah, honestly, if they hadn't restricted it to fit in 128K, it could have been a hell of a lot better.
I wish I could.
Its biggest problem.
I wish I could do all that in my web browser because that would make a great web browser. But yeah,
I'll work with you on the web browser things. I have some ideas. using the existing system.
Scroll bars.
So Curtis,
can.
can your site be the killer app for the Web Wrangler?
That was the whole reason I keep my site as dumb as it is
That's
to,
the
you can
idea.
run it from a CoCo. Because I used to log into my own site with links to make sure the links and stuff worked from my CoCo. I would actually verify it. I'd download the pictures and GIFs and make sure they displayed properly. So yeah, that's always been the plan long term for 20 some odd years. I just never did anything. And now Rick is. So
In fact, I just published I'm about to release another blog post on the tags I have, the tags we will soon have, to write source HTML for the CoCo, which I want to get that done so I can ask the CoCo work guy to, hey.
yeah, that's the other reason that EOU by default loads all the fonts, because then Rick on his web browser can assume that the CoCo user that's running this has italic fonts and has bolder fonts and stuff like that, and can actually use that to his advantage.
So how does that work? Does so the computer has to look at the incoming data and see an italic coming up? And
Well, it'll be an italic tag.
Right?
It'll be like a less
Right.
than I greater than. That means turn italics on.
Okay.
Right, and the problem I have right now is the normal OS 9, well, the Mac font I'm using because it's easiest to read with the,
Plus, you have the
larger-
narrow version, so you can have your two different font sizes.
right, and so I have the larger lowercase and stuff, but then there's no italics. We have bold and proportional as our two attributes. And that doesn't quite match up. I would
Yeah,
like bold
but
and
bold
italics.
works okay, but yeah.
Yeah, bold
Rick-
works okay, but
Rick, you ought to do some kind of a little show on our show here on all that stuff that you're talking about. It looks.
I think we're thinking about putting that together at some point, aren't we, Curtis?
Yeah,
Kind of
I
a
think that
you,
would
me,
make a
Henry,
good tech
and-
talk thing for
It sure
Mark's
would.
thing.
Just, yeah,
And even showing how it works under the hood so people can do it themselves.
Well, right. That's the whole point of picking the project that I did as the hardware demo, is that it pretty much touches on everything. You're downloading files, you're formatting text,
Yeah, you've got scroll bars and stuff
buffer
to go through.
management, all of that crap. So,
Pop down windows and menu bars and stuff.
unfortunately, the refactor is taking a lot longer than I expected because I have to change everything. I originally wrote this program to do everything itself. So it poked the chip raw and I ran out of basic workspace pretty quick.
So in the
since
next,
Well, you can do the linking modules in and out as you need them, like I'm doing in my game.
It's kind of a one-way game. But anyway, Henry wrote a whole network stack with things like ifconfig and DHCP and NTP and all of these things that are external. So I don't have to do that anymore. I cut 10K out of a 22K program, switching to its libraries. So that gives me room to add tables and images and some of the stuff that I ran out of space for. Unfortunately, to do that, I had to rewrite the entire program from scratch. So I don't really have anything to share until I'm done, which, we're like at 85% now.
So have you thought of coming up with some kind of a CoCo fan? Because the CoCo's going to be working overtime processing all.
No, that's why we put a
not.
6309 in there, because it runs cooler and you don't need a fan.
That's the point. It's not. The CoCo is not working hard. The WizNet chip is working hard. Who cares? It's got this clock for the job. The CoCo just takes serial data off of that chip and puts it on the screen or puts it in an image file or downloads it to, whatever. I mean, we've got wget, so we don't have to worry about X modem, Y modem, modem, just wget file name, and boom, here it comes. So things are really going to start rolling pretty quick. So I didn't intend to make an ad right now, but there it is.
Looks like fun.
All right. Well, shall we go and play outside?
Ooh.
I'm not gonna. It's cold and rainy looking out here. So.
Oh no, the big blue room is active here. Maybe I should do that.
Yeah, it's kind of cool here too, around 109.
Backing right on. Hey,
Actually, I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something a little naughty right now before we end the show here. So, if you're a member of the Amigos Discord and you're a person that donates money to the CoCo Show, because they have their kind of the Patreon style thing set up, they have a CoCo Show pool where they have the people that are on a certain paid tier that can now pick the game that they're going to review next. And Vote is just announced today. Sorry, Vote, I'm going to kind of steal your thunder, but I'm kind of promoting your show too, so it's not all bad. They got 3 games to pick from, and I'm only one person, so I can only do one vote, but maybe I'll take a group panel vote here from you guys and submit that as my vote.
We can throw the vote.
Which of the 3 games would you like them to try next? Varlock, Stellar Lifeline, or Lucifer's Kingdom? All 3 of those are on my site if you want to take a look at them.
Well, what do you recommend?
I wouldn't be asking if I was recommending. I'd just give them my vote. So it's up to you guys. But
I say
Varlock, for those of
Stellar
you who don't
Lifeline.
know, it's basically Archon with 3D fighting instead of 2D. Stellar Lifeline, of course, is Steve Bjork's game where you have to shepherd your fuel cells going across and prevent them from getting hit by mines and ships and asteroids. And Lucifer's Kingdom, I'm trying to remember, that's the dragon game that's actually kind of a Xevious style game, isn't it? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah. We played that one on the Game Line Challenge a little while ago.
Actually, just to make your life easier for those of you who have not are remembering the games or my text descriptions suck, let me just load up screenshots here from my site and I'll let you guys take a quick look.
That's good. That's fair.
So there's a vote for Lucifer's Kingdom.
Okay, so this is Varlock, written by Greg Zumwalt. So you basically play chess. This is more like the Archon style, but then you end up, whenever you attack a piece, then you're on this floating rectangular platform and you're running around with 3D wireframes trying to beat each other up or knock each other off the platform, which kills the other opponent, which means a weaker chess piece technically can beat a stronger one if you're good at the fighting part. And then Stellar Lifeline. This is Steve York's, where you're the ship in the middle and you've got asteroids and stuff coming in. Later levels, you get mines and spaceships coming after you, and you have to try to protect your fuel cells. They'll come and grab them and steal them going the opposite direction, which spreads out your fleet even more. So you have to kind of like, try to gauge. You might have to sacrifice a few type thing.
We played that on the Game On Challenge, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty sure we have. And Lucifer's Kingdom. This is the one we actually had this one in the Game On Challenge too recently, I think.
Yep.
But basically, it's kind of a Xevious 3D scrolling, or not 3D, 2D scrolling vertical shooter with a lot of different shapes and stuff and floating out in space. It's actually based in an arcade game called Star Force, if you guys are familiar with that one. So that's
I'd
the 3
for that one.
Okay, let me write these down here because I'll lose track of who's saying what here. So let me grab a piece of paper. We'll just go through the panel. You guys have seen them all now.
Yep.
So I'll stop sharing. And so just write down the names here. So Varlock, Stellar Lifeline, and Lucifer's Kingdom. So we'll go one at a time in the order that I'm seeing them on the screen here. Mark Bosley, which one do you vote for?
Let's do Lucifer's Kingdom.
Okay, Rick Euland.
Which one is the chess piece that you can make up for your bad
Varlock.
chess strategy?
Varlock.
Okay.
Okay, Ken Waters.
Stellar Lifeline all the way.
Wow, it's evenly split so far.
Right. We're really cutting it down now.
It's all going to come down to David Ladd.
I didn't see all the choices, but I saw Stellar Lifeline. It looked interesting. So that's my vote.
What do you mean you didn't see all the choices?
I stepped away from my computer for a moment.
Oh, okay. So Stellar Lifeline blindly voted on. I'm going to excuse myself because I'm the one actually going to be posting the vote. So Coconut Bob Emery, go ahead.
Varlock.
Okay. Ron Delvaux.
Warlock. Varlock.
Varlock.
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin.
The last one.
What do you consider the last one?
That's the
The
black and
three,
white
the
one.
last one you showed.
It's the first
Lucifer's Kingdom?
Kingdom.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 3.
Alan.
I can go ahead and cast my own vote directly.
Oh, okay, we'll skip you too then because I'm in that boat too. Nick Marentes.
Number 3.
Lucifer's Kingdom. Okay. David Ladd. Paging David Ladd. Wake up, Dave.
Technically, I think I can post 2. Technically.
Okay, then we'll skip you as well.
Actually, you could take my vote off because I already voted for Stellar Lifeline.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll remove that. So we're back to one there. Okay, Jason, if you're still there.
How about Neutroid?
Nope, that's not a real
Hey,
game.
yeah, can I change my vote?
That's not a real game.
I would change mine too.
Oh, let's go with Stellar Lifeline.
Okay, so that fixes up Ken's vote.
And please change your background. I really need French fries now.
Okay, so Stellar Lifeline drops off the list because it only has 2 votes. But now we have a tie, 3 for Varlock, 3 for Lucifer's Kingdom. So I'm going to go through all of you again to pick between just those 2 because I unfortunately didn't record who voted what.
In the chat, there's 2 votes for Lucifer's Kingdom.
Ah,
there?
there you go.
Okay.
And only? There's no other ones in there?
No.
No, that's it.
Okay, then let's go for Lucifer's Kingdom. I will register my vote. And Boat's going to flip at me, but whatever.
And I'll
Just
take
so you know, the
first.
live voting right now has got the most votes for Stellar Lifeline by 1 over Lucifer's Kingdom, with Varlock and Dead last. So I'll let you guys that are actually on the panel there as well vote to your conscience. But
Yeah, I'm probably the biggest guy here, so don't I get 2 votes?
No,
I think if you paid Boat and Aaron twice as much to be on the voting committee, they would probably give you that.
There we go. Ron throwing his weight around again.
Yeah. Aaron might be bigger.
Ready for an outro?
Oh, I one last thing, and then the outro.
Okay.
So I mentioned
God,
earlier in the
shut
show
him
that
up.
I've actually finished the timeline for all CoCo games announced that I know of for 1982. There is a ton of stuff we're missing that we don't have. There's a ton of stuff from the Terra City microcomputer source book, I think it was called, which they published, I think, 4 or 5 years in a row, which is basically anybody could submit stuff that they were selling, even if they never advertised in another magazine. Plus, there's a ton of stuff in Rainbow and CCN and 80 Micro and Byte and et cetera that is missing. If you guys can go to my site, if you guys have some old CoCo games kicking around on discs or cassettes, or anybody's watching or listening to the show as well, go through the list of all the stuff. It's italicized and stuff. We do not seem to have copies on the archive. I don't have personal copies. They're not on the Internet Archive either. If you have any of those, please send them to me so I can get them onto the site. But there's literally dozens and dozens of games from that 1 year alone that actually it's probably close to 100 that we do not have. And, trying to recover this stuff there. I would love to see if anybody out in the audience might have some of these missing games. We've had a few show up, so it's not impossible.
Let me ask you though, if you find you have one of those games and it's like hacked or
Even if it's hacked, I've got hacked ones on there now because I'd rather have the game mentioned and showing how it plays than not have it at all.
Okay.
Why is the name Bryza coming to mind?
I've already asked him. He doesn't have a lot of these either.
Okay.
He found a couple that I was missing that were in the earlier 1982, but I haven't seen any of the later ones yet.
So this list is on your website.
Yeah, let me post the link directly to that particular page, and then you guys can just send me a message in Discord or email me. But
so we see the thing is you have to put it in a on a floppy and make it copy and everything.
No, just if you can copy it onto an STC and then just grab the file off on your PC or Mac or whatever you use and just send it up that way.
Yeah, it's like you got to set up for it.
So I'll just share the screen so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Actually, I'll show you how to get to it too, because I know Nick was having issues finding it earlier. It's probably not one of the more commonly ones on my site that people hit. Probably because I don't advertise it because I'm an idiot. But okay, so there's my site in all of its ready for CoCo display glory. And then right off the top here, you got alternate indexes. And the one I'm concentrating on lately has been the timeline index. So if you do that, that goes through and does releases by year and month. And this includes ones we do not have. So like Radio Shack is the only company that released stuff officially in 1980 that I know of. And there's a few that were advertised but were late, so they're not even on here. I'm trying to get real release dates, not announced.
I want to point out one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I wanted to point out one thing about your CoCo compatible site. On the very first intro page, you've got a link that's about 195 characters long.
Oh, that does WizNet not handle it?
Well, not many people do that. Most links are a very short underlined tag and then regular description. And for some reason, you had a link that's really long. I mean,
on the main
handle
site?
it now, but it was good. Yeah, on your game site. Where you first started. Okay, here we go. Official license and cross-platform index new games that were released on multiple platforms of original license versions. No, it's graphic intensive. That's all inside the link. That's a big
the link itself is just originals.html.
Yeah.
Well, no, inside the link tag is official is a whole paragraph.
Yeah, that's the text
much.
representation you put on the screen for the link. The link itself is actually short.
Right, but nobody does that. Nobody puts that much stuff underlined. So
I figured the CoCo owner might have one of those mice that we saw earlier. It's a bit jittery and jumps all over. This will give you a really wide range to hit when you click it, so it'll still work.
It was a good thing. It pointed out something I never thought I would have to handle. So it's cool.
So what is it, Rick? You think he should only have the blue part be the official license cross?
Well, normally,
normally, we probably would do that, but
you would have something like official licensed index. That's the link, and then there's.
I did this so Rick could test out his software and make sure it works.
Right. And it works on a regular browser, so it needs to work here.
22 years ago, when I first created this site, that's exact. No, actually, it's longer. That's 25 years now. I think I first started this in '97, the first version of it.
All right, it's youth and inexperience.
All right, here's the timeline index. You can see in 81, anything that has the blue links. Now, some of these will show up purple because I've been testing some of them as I go. But anything that's in italics, like say this one here, Animated Hangman, first advertised 80 Micro, April 1981. It's a basic game. It was released by Soft Sector Marketing. It was actually their first CoCo game ever. They also later released stuff like Color Caterpillar.
But the software name isn't going to be that, is it?
What do you mean?
It's not Animated Hangman. Would it be?
Yeah.
What would be the name on the disc? You know, if I had it.
Animated Hangman. Oh, you mean the file name?
Yeah.
The file name.
No, you probably, if you find something that sounds like it could be it, you'll have to run it and then see if the actual title screen says Animated Hangman by Soft Sector Marketing.
Yeah.
Could be AH.
And Kevin, you were waving your hand there, so I'm not sure.
I'm just saying goodbye.
Oh, okay. I thought you were.
Good day, sir.
I thought you were saying, "Yeah, I've got discs of these all over the place." Okay.
Right. You should make that an upload link.
Anyway, like here's the 1981. We've got most of some of these earlier ones, and then it starts going into more and more missing. What's that?
Missing
tapes.
I'm sorry, two people talked at once. What was that?
You should be looking for tapes on some of these earlier ones.
Oh yeah. Some of these I got off my own tapes.
Yeah, but some have been sent to disc too. You know, after all these years.
Yeah.
You know.
I honestly, where you find them, I don't care. Just if you find them, send them up to me in whatever format you can. A WAV file off a tape, a disk image, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I want to try to fill in these gaps.
So there are all the games that have dark lettering, but no.
Yeah, if it's all black and the title, which is always on the left column here, like the very beginning of each line, is in italic bold, those are the ones we're missing. Now you'll see, like the first year, I've actually managed to find a fair chunk of them. But as we get further and further on here, like here's 82, and you'll start seeing more and more chunks that are black, and then it starts getting even worse. And here's a whole whack by one company. We don't have a whole bunch there, and it just keeps going on and on. And
well, let me ask you: are some of these games actually pretty good that are gone?
I have no idea. Never seen them.
I've never seen them. Right.
I mean, are they ones that have been advertised in the magazines, and you looked at it and thought, "Oh, that would be cool"?
Well, the description says in most of them that when they
it's
were
the best game ever.
Right. Exactly.
But there's some pretty big name ones here, like Nelson Software Systems, who did stuff like Fembot's Revenge and Beyond the Simian Moon. There's a couple combat packs and stuff like that. Don't have those. As I was mentioning before, the Rugby Circle, who did Buzzard Bait, did Color Caterpillar. We're missing their Color Alien Defense. We're missing 3 of their initial launch titles. All machine language games. They're not basic ones like some of the really early stuff was. Don't have
forget
those.
The flight simulator packs too.
Which flight simulator packs? Oh, Flight Sim 2, you mean?
Yeah, flight simulator.
Well, there's Flight Sim 1, there's
Really?
Flight Sim 2, Worlds of Flight. I mean, I didn't know which one you're talking about.
Well, they have different city packs or what?
Yeah, there's a few of those actually on the archive, I know.
Yeah, the Sublogic game had a lot of stuff.
Yeah. There's at least
Some
3 or
people-
4. I know Bill Nobles actually showed me a few of them because he's played them on the CoCo.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what the complete list is.
I've even got the maps, printed maps somewhere for those.
But like, here's another company that did a lot of machine language games early on called Bumblebee Software. We've got a few of them. We've got Cyborg Wars, which is actually the first Robotron clone on the CoCo. It predates Robotech by several months and actually is more accurate to the arcade, to be honest. Doesn't look as good. They also did Nova Pinball, which we have, which is one of the earlier pinball games. But then they got these other ones, like they had a Rally X clone, they had a Pac-Man clone, a Demolition Derby clone. I don't know what Bug Zap's a clone of, but those are all missing.
Most of the software I have are on discs that have been written on that, they're not originals.
But there's lots of stuff missing here. And there's some where entire companies, we don't have a single one of them, like this Starship Software or Intercept Enterprises here. None of those. K&K Computer, where we've got like 2 out of 30 type thing. So I'm hoping somebody on the panel or somebody out listening or watching the show later on can go through the list, and if they've got any of these, I would love to see them.
Well, let me ask you, has anybody ever done a inventory of what we do have to know for sure?
Well, just the Color Computer
Simon?
Archive. That's
what
our
I mean.
inventory.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and this,
Because they have a search function.
Yeah.
So I use that all the time. And I even sometimes I'll find like alternative names. But here, the Radio Shack Tier City Application Software Sourcebook Volume 4, because they did several. There is a few games in the 1981 Volume 3 for the CoCo as well that we don't have, but there's only like 5 or 6. But this entire list right here is stuff that is missing just from that. And that includes those Rugby Circle ones I was talking to you about earlier. Let me see if I can find where that is right here.
right?
Did those come in a bound book looking thing?
I don't know.
Oh, they're
Because we've never seen them. Like, how do you even guess?
Right.
So there's some Adventure International ones that we're missing as well. There's multiple ones there that like Triad, which is a cross-platform one.
Games packs, they're called.
Yep. No, there's a few that we do have, but we got to identify which specific ones. There's even some game packs that are named exactly the same from different companies that have totally different games in them.
Oh,
right.
So you got to be kind of careful on that.
Yeah. Well, I have maybe 1,000 discs. It seems like, they're all.
Well, Ron, please go through them and just go through this list. You can even cut and paste just the ones that are missing. Obviously, you don't need the other ones because we already have them. But if you've got any of the missing pieces, I would love to have them and put them on the site because it's funny. I thought it would get better as the years went on. Like I started 1980. Well, 80 we had everything because it's handy. 81 there was a fair number missing, but a fair number we have. And I figured because they're really early, not too many people knew about them. Not too many people even knew there was a third-party market for the CoCo back in 81, so they wouldn't even know to look. I figured we'd be getting, as the later years go on, we'd be getting more and more that we have and less that we're missing. And it's actually been the complete opposite going through the end of 82. It's getting worse because there was so much stuff coming out that people only bought the big name stuff like the Spectral Associates and the Tom Mix and a couple other companies. And all these other smaller ones who probably, some of them may actually made some decent games, didn't get bought enough that they got pirated. So if you've got any of those, I'd love to see them.
Well, I do have a bunch of tapes to go through.
Yeah, I've gone through all my tapes. I did find a couple Aardvark games that had not been in the archive or on my list, which are now up in there. And one Adventure International one I found too. And so I managed to recover 5 or 6 myself in my tape collection, but
the bad thing is I wasn't a big game guy and never really have been. So I would get software and, put it aside and then, occasionally on a boring day, I'd pull stuff out and look at it, and go through and just bring it up and see if it runs. And, and that's pretty much where it would go back to, and I have it, but,
Yeah, just never
Right.
really looked at it because it
Yeah.
doesn't really interest you that much.
Right, but so I might have stuff.
I mean, I would like to see somebody else tackle the non-game stuff. Because there's quite a bit of utility software or home software or compiler languages. Like there's
Yeah,
about
that's not
5
even
versions of
this, right?
Forth. Almost all of those are missing. There's another version of Flex that I don't know if it ever officially got released that Frank Hogg put out after the Flex that Mikey's been working on called XEX, which actually was supposed to be a more advanced version. It was advertised in '84, several years after.
Is
And
this from you?
nobody's
looking
found
at-
that yet either.
Is this
Sorry?
from you looking at Rainbow? I mean, is
Oh,
that
not
how
just
you-
Rainbow. Color Computer News, Hot Cocoa, Compute,
Okay.
68 Microjournal, Color Computer Magazine, Hot Cocoa, 80 US Journal, probably about 10 to 11, 12 magazines per month I'm going through that I have access to the digitized copies of. And there's probably a few I'm missing. I'm starting to go through Dragon stuff now too. So that adds several magazines they had. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Which is why I was trying to rush to get 82 done, because I'm feeding not only my timeline page here, but I'm feeding the Chronologically Gaming channel, so that when he comes back from his summer holidays, that he'll be able to just charge straight through it without me having to do research on the fly every week, and then I can get back to some programming stuff for a few months here and catch up and get the next EOU release out, et cetera, and some other projects I want to work on, like working with Rick on the browser type thing.
Have you heard of Microcom?
Yep, Microcom Software.
Yeah, they were
did Word
based-
Power,
They were
amongst other things.
Yeah, they were based in Rochester. It
Yep.
was an Indian guy.
Yeah, I met him at the Cocoa Fest several years in a row. Friendly
Yeah.
guys. I bought Word Power 3.0, 3.2, and 3.3 off them.
Yeah, I used to go over and look at all their stuff they had, and once or twice he fixed a computer for me, and we'd sit and talk for a long time, and he's a neat guy. So I don't know if I have some of his stuff in there that's missing too, or no.
They didn't really publish games, so they wouldn't be for me. But if there's anything missing, like I do know I have to scan, like the Word Power, there's a version of the Word Power manual on the archive that is, I think 3.0. And I've actually got a later one. I haven't had a chance to scan it yet, but I found it. It's not the latest. There's a 3.3 update as well, but I got the 3.2 manual.
In fact, I did a sign for him.
Word Power 3.3 actually was an addendum to 3.2. So I got to scan that in too.
Cool. I did their sign. I made styrofoam letters that said Microcom.
There's even their Word Power 3.3. Well, it's going to show up here, but the reference card for all the different key commands.
Oh yeah.
This was a word processor. For those of you who don't know, it was a Cocoa 3 only word processor, ran the 80 column mode, but it had the virtual scrolling enabled. So you had a full 128 character wide screen. It would auto scroll as you're typing. Used the full 512K, had a print spooler built in. You can embed graphics into it to dump on as part of your pictures. It was pretty advanced for a Cocoa one. Not quite max 10 level, but it was pretty good. Had a built-in calculator you could pop up if you're doing stuff with numbers. You could punch in like, what is 85 times 3.3 or something, and then paste it right into your document.
Yeah, I think this guy was a genius like guy, because he was really smart. Just
the guy that did Window Writer for Owlware was also an East Indian guy, and he was very smart too. He did several versions of that, and that's actually one I'm actively working on decompiling, because I want to actually, since we sped up the graphic text routines in Nitrous 9 so much, I want to switch it to a graphic screen so you can actually see real italics and real bolds, kind of like Rick's doing with the browser.
Was his name Santuani or something like that? Or
that was the guy from Microcom. Yeah, the guy that did Window Writer was Raj something. I can't remember his last name.
But I think he was a younger guy that did that.
Yeah,
anyway,
there was two East Indian guys I remember meeting at the show all the time.
I wonder if they're still around in the Rochester area. Maybe I'll look them up. And
I mean, if you've actually talked to them, they're familiar with you. They would know me from Adam.
Yeah.
So
no,
because they kind of took over in the Cocoa market. I don't know if they took over the company. I don't think they did. But as far as the Cocoa market, what they were covering, they kind of took over from Spectrum Projects when Bob Rosen shut it down.
Yeah,
they kind of became the Cocoa 3 version of that.
Yeah, they had racks of those plastic bags with games in them.
I hear copyrighted content playing in the background.
Yeah. You probably do.
Anyway, this is a public appeal to everybody out there in the CoCo Nation. If you've got any of these and you find them on cassette or disc or whatever else, please send them up. And if you send me one that it turns out that I actually do already have it or it's mislabeled or something, that's okay. I don't mind going through a few things to find the gems that are missing. So
I noticed a lot of those were from the Rainbow. Those are probably in the archive. Just
they aren't.
Okay.
Do we have all the Rainbow on discs?
No, they're missing a few. Actually, I've got a few Rainbow on tapes here that I've also got lined up that they're missing on the archive that I haven't had a chance to do yet.
I think I have a full set of Rainbow on disc. I mean, it's a large double.
Like right through to May 93 when they shut down?
I think so. I have to look.
I'll have to check the archive because I can't remember which ones they're missing. It was some of the earlier ones I think they were missing the most of.
They're, red labels.
Yeah, I have a few Rainbow on discs back buried somewhere.
Yeah.
But these are the Rainbow on tapes. If like this, I got one that's actually the Rainbow, I think the second adventure or the first adventure contest, because there's one side of the disc that's missing on the archive, and I've actually got both. So But I mean, archiving all this stuff is one thing I've always been interested in doing. Now, games are obviously the most popular, which is why I'm doing them. And I have a game site, so it kind of matches. But I mean, some other people should take over for the utilities of programming languages, alternate operating systems like SDOS and StarDOS and stuff like that. Different versions of that. There's different versions of various word processors, like I just mentioned, WordPower. The archive has, I think, the executable for 3.3, but the documentation is from 3.0, quite a bit changed between them. So I'll get the 3.2, 3.3 here scanned in at some point. Plus, old club newsletters and stuff like that. I've got a whole raft of those from our local club. I've seen some other people have been uploading those lately, so at least those are starting to get recovered. But there's a ton of stuff, and I want to be able to preserve it as much as we can. A lot of the people that originally wrote this stuff are gone, like they passed away, so you can't get them anymore.
You know what's weird is if you're not doing it and the archiving around, there's nothing.
Yeah,
Right.
there's the Internet Archive, which has been in a bit of legal trouble and money troubles lately, so I don't know if I can trust that to still be around after another year or two.
A while back, I went and tried to copy as much as I could from the archive, and I have that on my hard drive. But it's been updated, I don't know, a billion times since then.
Yeah, and Graham actually does do an updated zip every so many months where he takes the entire archive and rezips it all up so you can download it in one shot.
You can?
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Yeah,
it's 600 and some odd meg zipped right now, I think, for the whole thing.
Oh, that's
last
nothing.
one I looked.
Less than a gig.
Right.
Wow.
But zip though, if you unzip it, it's like 4 gig or something like that.
Yeah.
It's magazines, newsletters, source code, what little there is on there for that, games, utilities, everything.
Well, I think we should do that. Everybody should have a copy of that, just in case it goes down. We have something,
Yeah. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I don't know if Graham has any off-site backups that he has, or maybe backup mirror sites or something, or in the cloud or something that he's keeping his stuff on, but hopefully he is. But it's just too much work for me to try to do everything else. Like I created a logo group on the Discord here because I discovered there's 3 versions of logo for the CoCo, which I didn't even know. And I can't remember what started me on that trip. I think it was the Apple logo they mentioned on the Retro Computing Roundtable podcast, and
So
they were
how
mentioning
much
some
of-
advanced features on one of them, and I was going, I remember doing that on the CoCo even before that. What are you talking about? Advanced.
Mr. Brain's group there. What is it?
Retro Innovations, you mean his company or
No, the club.
Glenside?
I got a brain freeze going on. the club, Glenside. Yeah, Glenside. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. They have some. Do they have some kind of archive?
They have
thing
some
going
original
on?
discs, which actually I've gone through, and I have picked up a few things that I was missing from that. They may have expanded since the last time I looked at it, but
You would think that since they have resources to a degree or so, that they would pick up and help the archive.
well,
I
they've
seem to
kept
be-
the original discs, so they are kind of archiving the originals, like labels, manuals, the whole, not just
Yeah.
scans, but But they have huge holes in their collection too, because not everybody bought everything. That's the problem. And some of these advertisers only lasted like 3-6 months. And if it's earlier on when a lot of people didn't even know there was third party, you'd get a back issue of Rainbow. Go, oh, that sounded cool. Oh, it's not on sale anymore. Company doesn't exist.
I bet you Brian has a bunch of stuff.
Palmer?
The guy that does Brian Weisler.
Oh, Weisler.
Yeah.
I have talked things.
He doesn't know what he has, does he?
He hasn't gone through everything yet, but he collects more hardware than software.
Yeah.
I think on average. He might have a few things, but I haven't seen too much that he's brought up I haven't seen before yet.
Right.
No, he's constantly buying stuff, so maybe that'll change.
Yeah, every time there's a purchase like that and somebody gives up their collection, there's goodies.
Yeah. And we are trying to get some collections to come to Glenside and stuff too, which we'll hopefully have some announcements within the next few weeks here from some authors and stuff from back in the day. So
when
Brian's actually helping me with some of that.
When Glenside has their auctions and stuff, they don't wind up selling stuff that they should have kept, do they?
I think if it's software, I think they try to make copies of it first to put in the archive, then they'll sell it because some collectors want the actual originals. They don't just want a digital copy. They want the originals, right? As long as they're archived first, that doesn't bother me. If you want to use it as a fundraiser or whatever.
Makes sense.
But I mean, all the retro communities are hitting this where stuff's gone or it was so copy protected that it didn't get broke before the discs went bad or whatever, type thing, or rare titles.
Would you say that you're surprised after all these years that discs have lasted as long as they have? Because
I never really thought about it back then. Because I mean, computers were new. I had no idea how long they're supposed to last. Like, is it like a book? It lasts for hundreds of years unless you put it in a fire. I don't know.
I'd say 80 or 90% of my discs all work.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same here. Even my cassettes work. Even the ones I did in C90s, which you're not even supposed to use for computers because they stretch too much, still work.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you take a look at that cassette and you think to yourself, this can't be good. And then you try it and it works and it's like, what?
When I recovered, I can't remember which one of the Aardvark games I had backed up from renting it from the club, and the club copy disappeared decades ago. But I actually put it on a C90 and I actually found the label saying it's on here and go, C90, that's never going to freaking work. This is gone. First try, load, no problem. Second try. I had to adjust the volume. I had it a bit too low the first time. That was
I have a cassette tape of the very first Columbia launch, STS-1, because I was there and I had a tape player record it, while we were standing there. And I lost the tape for a while and then I found it. And I'm looking at it thinking this is not going to play. Even the little pad was gone, that holds it against the head. So I found I took it apart and put another pad piece in there and tried it. And it was Certron or something like that, but it worked good. And the sound was great. So I don't know.
It's kind of funny because this actually came up during one of the VCFs, and I can't remember if it's the East one or the South one, but they had a talking about preservations and stuff here, and the one person was recommending on the panel you should print out listings because they're talking about source code preservation. They said, the more recently we get, the more and more different formats are suddenly showing up. Like you had like these big, drum things and stuff here, paper tapes that would last for years and years and years. And nowadays, the format that everybody's using changes every 5 years.
Yeah.
Because we went from 8-inch floppies to 5 1/4 to 3 1/2, and then hard drives, and then compact flash, and then SD. And, it just keeps rapidly changing. And, what can you get that's 100 years old that still works? Paper. We've got
human
books
reading.
from thousands of years ago we can still read. Papyrus you can read from 5,000 years ago. Is any of this digital stuff going to work in 5,000 years? I would say no.
Right.
We'll have either progressed so far we don't even have a clue what it is anymore. I mean, we're already hitting problems with certain oddball digital formats that were proprietary to some specific company, and the company went out of business, and the algorithm was never figured out, and you can't recover like a CAD thing or something. And that's going to happen more and more as we keep progressing faster and faster.
I got books of CDs up in my storage area, and they're supposed to be 100 years.
Well, you remember when they predicted that CDRs, like not the rewritable ones, CDRs would last a century, and they're,
Right.
the glue's peeling apart already and screwing it up 20 years later.
Yeah.
So the only thing you can rely on is human readable. Why can't I talk? Human readable text can always be read. A human readable drawing can always be seen, as long as we still use eyes. After that, I don't know what we're going to do. But until that point, that's kind of the way to go. It's not dependent on any.
The contradiction to this, of course, is that code is getting bigger and more complex. So whereas I could have, listed off a game, even a machine language game 30, 40 years ago on, paper, maybe about this thick, list Windows now, or list Linux now, or list Mac OS 10 now, you're going to be filling a room.
Isn't it true that nobody knows how actually Windows works?
It's like the medical field. You've got specialists on every little tiny little portion of it that know that part really well, but they don't know the grand picture yet.
Right.
That's why we still play with antique computers, because one person
you can still understand the darn things.
the entire computer. Where in Windows you can understand the task manager.
And then these people that program in machine language don't note what they did, right?
Well, yeah, because back then, especially, comments took room, and if you wanted to make a big program, you didn't have enough room for the actual code. We put comments. That's why Nick, doesn't do much commenting in his, and most of the programmers back then didn't, or they made very brief ones. Like this next 1,000 lines of code draws something. That's what they put as a remark. It's up to you to figure out or remember what the heck the 1,000 lines actually did, but at least you have a clue what that routine's for.
Or my favorite example of that, which is Color Max Deluxe, where the source files basically say, "Beware, Eric was here." And that's the only comment in the whole file.
Yeah. And that was more like an in-joke between him and Greg Miller. So
so what is that, like a proprietary buffer? You're never going to know.
Well, if you really sleuth it out, when we were disassembling Nitrous 9 or disassembling Rescue on Fractalus or any of these other things here, I have to go figure out and comment myself so I can keep track of what the heck the programmer was doing. I don't have the original source code for those. So you can, if you take a lot of time, go through and try to figure out yourself. But as the programs get bigger and bigger, that's going to become impossible, because now you're trying to disassemble and figure out what 1,000 programmers put into it over the years, all with different coding styles and, chuff that's left over from Windows 1.0 kicking around in some driver and whatever else, it just becomes more and more complicated.
ChatGPT, read all this source code and summarize this.
Oh yeah, because ChatGPT is so accurate doing code.
Oh yeah,
what a mess.
When I was learning to make clone computers and sell them to people and stuff, I did that for a little while. And people would ask me about or tell me that the 386, 486, and Pentium ones all had code that they'd overlook or something, and it was filled with all kinds of code that's not even used.
Yep,
they have to
that
keep it
still
there
happens to this day.
Be backward compatible, and I could never understand, how that could be and still have the chip work, with all the junk in there.
It just bypasses the junk.
Gee.
It's just still in there. It's
none of our processors and stuff are.
It's like if you get paint stains on a table, you can still use it as a table.
Yeah.
But you don't care about the paint.
See the truck on blocks parked in the front yard. The rest of the house and the yard is still usable. There's just a truck on blocks over there.
Yeah.
I'll buy it.
It serves no purpose. It just takes up space.
Bigger.
That's exactly like code.
And they can't pull it out because
they could, but they're sometimes worried, like maybe the block is tied to the well or something underneath. If you lift the truck up, it floods or something.
There's the one guy that needs the water pump from the 57 Dodge, so you got to keep the truck.
Yeah. That's actually a really good metaphor for it, because that's exactly what it's like. You're scared, like if you got all this code that's been twisted together and you've disabled parts, you've got newer parts that work better over here, but some of the old dependencies might still be there, that if you yank that code out, it might break something else you're not even thinking of because it's linked to it, but you don't realize it. And especially when you got multiple programmers working on different parts of it, like we were talking about before, where each one knows his part really well, but he's going to call a routine over here, and a routine over here somebody else wrote. And that guy doesn't know the first guy is even calling his routines. He goes, wow, I deprecated that. I don't need that anymore. I'm going to rip it out. Everything breaks.
Right.
And what's weird is they had Moore's law, where the processor would be faster each time, or was it each year it was supposed to double. Or
Yeah, every 18 months, processor's
Yeah,
capability
right,
doubles or
right.
whatever it was. Yeah,
so that's broken now. It's not happening anymore.
it's
it's-
changed.
Yeah, it's not quite that fast. The problem is code is growing faster than Moore's law. So
Okay.
computers
other
are
thing
getting
is-
And now we're hitting the
faster.
physical limits of how fast
Yeah.
you can drive a chip. So now we're doing multi-core. We're doing real-time multitasking with multiple CPUs embedded into one big CPU.
Right.
But then
and
the
I hear-
code's a lot more complicated because now you got to wait. Has that CPU finished its portion so I can
CPU
get its
is
answer to
gonna-
do this
that's
part?
CPU
Or-
is gonna-
and the motherboard wires and stuff are limited too, right? They can't be too small or they
Yeah, well, we're starting to hit
they
quantum
radiate.
problems now, where electrons are jumping, through quantum holes and stuff into
Right.
adjacent wires and causing weird random quantum errors.
Is that why we still have the CoCo?
Well, like Rick said, we can actually understand that sucker.
Right.
And all these newfangled computers don't run Daggerath as well. So
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Actually, it was funny.
Guaranteed not to have any quantum errors.
I think Ken's already left the call here, but I've been keeping an updated list of any third-party reviews of CoCo games for the Game on Challenge for using as future references. And I forgot Tier City Microcomputer News, Tandy's own newsletter or little mini magazine. You could actually get a free subscription for 6 months when you bought a Tandy computer. They actually did a multi-page full review of Dungeons of Daggerath in one of those, so I just added that one to the list. I'll have to send it off to him. But
Oh, that's cool.
all right.
yeah, they did a 2 or 3 page full review of Dungeons of Daggerath. They were impressed with it.
Huh.
And you didn't see that often. I think I'm trying to remember if there was one other CoCo game I think got reviewed, at least up through where I've gone so far, and it's only been 2 that have had a thorough review like that. Daggerath being the main one. Clondathru might have been the other one. Can't remember off the top of my head.
I put something on my Ron's Garage that has to do with the Dragon 200, and it was reviewed or done something with by BBC Computer, and that's why I thought it was interesting. So I put it up there. They had it's just a short clip, and a lady and a guy are talking, and the green screen comes up, and they show a graph being printed out and stuff, and by the 200. But it had to do with the BBC.
Yeah, because the 200 wasn't that the model rename of the 64 that was when Eurohard was selling it in Spain?
Yeah, I think so. But it was interesting to see. Every once in a while, you come across weird news clips and things that you never thought could be possible.
Yeah, I'm starting to try to write those down because I'll read it and go, that's cool. And then I'll forget about it and where I found it
Yeah.
and everything else. Like sales figures for CoCo's from Tandy themselves. That's pretty rare, but they're in their insider magazine, that magazine that was for the employees. They did mention CoCo 1 sales as of October of 82 or something like that was at 500,000 already.
Oh,
And that's the only official number I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Can I go eat dinner now?
Yeah, I'm getting hungry myself. So
Right.
All right, put a fork in it. Bye,
Called
everybody.
asparagus.
see y'all next week.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore, mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server.
CoCo forever.
The CoCo Nation is over. And she hears somebody crying in the background.
Well, bye,
That's Mark crying for food.
Bye, everyone.
Folks.
Bye bye.
See y'all.
So long.